Lizard. Warning. Some viewers may find the following stream rabbit hole-y. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello. How we doing today? Totally didn't, as it went to the viewer discretion screen, have to run the length of the house to grab. Oh wait, what? Oh, okay, I see how it is. All right. How you doing, Load Up? Welcome on in. Feel like you were just like lurking a bit in the background there, ready to pounce as soon as I went live. Well, let's close out that prediction real quick. It's not a PlayStation shirt. It's not a Pac-Man shirt. It is, in fact, something else today. So I think nobody won any points today. There it is. And I feel like since we have a super secret project to talk about, maybe this is the best shirt because, you know, let's call it a side quest. Yeah? How are we doing? Happy Hump Day! Happy April the 1st. Have you seen all the April Fool's jokes from the companies, usually on social media? This particular one, have you seen this one from Elgato? You know, the people that do the Stream Deck. Look, they even change your mouse pointer. Look, they even change your mouse pointer to a one-arm bandit. Yeah. So there's apparently a new Stream Deck called Stream Deck Plus Lever or Lever. Yeah, you know how in Balint Stream, when you go into Balint Stream, it says, wrong lever, and all that? There's now a Stream Deck you can get that does actually have a lever on the side. They started off just buttons, then they had twiddly knobs, and now they've got a lever. What? What is going on? Look at that. Two beauties on one stream. Look at that. See, you might think, science. I bet it's just like science, facts and stuff. No, plays games, does art. Today has an earlier stream than usual, and we'll be doing an interview. Yeah, as part of the new series of Aminal interviews that are going on. So chances are we're probably going to be raiding into Mr. Balint today for his interview. Might even be during the interview, depending on when we raid out. So as far as raid targets go, I think we already have one lined up for today. I mean, I also wouldn't be shocked if this were real. I mean, yeah. I mean, it might actually. You know how a lot of these things, a lot of ideas come to fruition starting as jokes. You know, maybe you can have like 8 of the streamers on here that you follow, and then you can pull the lever and it shows you a different random 8 streamers. And so, yeah. No, I don't think so. But it all looks very genuine. It all looks legit. Yeah, hang on a second. Fresh from the doghouse, we have the Duke. How you doing, Duke? How is Mrs. Duke doing? Everybody doing okay? All the Dukes? What is worse than biting into a raisin flapjack you thought was chocolate chip? See, you're talking to the wrong person, really, because I enjoy chocolate chip, but I probably equally enjoy raisin as well. Yeah. When I have cookies. So not flapjacks on this particular occasion, but when I have cookies, I quite often have the oatmeal and raisin cookies. And they're pretty good, I'm not going to lie. But yes, I understand it being pretty bad if you're expecting one thing and you end up with something else. My brother punching a hole in my wall last night at 2 a.m. when I told him and his girlfriend to shut up and go to sleep. I mean, I guess that is worse. Yeah, that's more worse because that's going to cost you money to fix, right? or maybe it's going to cost him money to fix. Yeah. So is your brother known for his dramatic outbursts? Does he have temper tantrums? Does he need some anger management classes, possibly? I very quickly threw their bags out the front door and told them to bugger off. I mean, it sounds like you were doing them a favour and they were abusing the fact that you were being so generous. So sometimes you just have to draw a line, right? Only around her. Oh, so it's a trying to look macho, or trying to impress the opposite gender type thing. I get it. Props, how you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing? Props TV, as you might remember, raided in on the last stream, and we had a look at their fancy pants overlay for chat. Yeah. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but here it is. Look, there we go. I only have the source hidden, so we can just like flash it right up like that. How you doing, Props? You doing good? Okay, excellent. Yeah, so April the 1st, we're just talking about April Fool's jokes that companies play, and this was Elgato throwing their hat into the ring. Jackpot not guaranteed. And the funny thing is, they put a lot of effort into this, all right? So it's not just, oh, we're just going to say something on social media and we're going to be funny. They went all out. They had somebody design this thing, even animates. Are you ready? Watch this. Look at that. Look. Try again. How cool is that? I mean, obviously it's not real, but as an animation, that's pretty impressive. So I spent my morning filling the plasterboard, and Mrs. Duke is choosing a new hallway colour for me to paint. I mean, there's not really much to say to that, is there, Duke? I mean, you take somebody in, you know, the goodness of your heart, and give them a roof over their head, and that's the thanks you get. I mean, family or no family, people shouldn't respond like that. So hopefully, tough love, hopefully it's a lesson learned. Any good one? That's funny. It is funny. Yeah. I've got to say, I think it's the only one that I've seen so far, but, you know, it's barely 10:20 in the morning, so... And I've been running around, so I haven't had a lot of time online to see stuff. The only reason I saw this is because I'm on Elgato's Discord server, and it lit up saying there was a new message, so I went to have a look, and lo and behold, here it is. It is pretty good animation, right? Anybody else wants to take a look at it for themselves? There is the link in chat. Woot! Where are you from? Me personally, I'm actually from, well, I was born about an hour north of London, and I am currently in the middle of Texas, shall we say? Yeah, some might say south of Texas. I'm probably south, really. Yeah. I'm about 3 hours away from Dallas. There we go. 73 right now. It's getting a bit warm today. I think it's supposed to be high 80s finally. David, welcome on in. Good morning to you. I was wondering, sweet British accent and 10 in the morning? Yeah, so I'm in Central Time. So now the British, as Prop says, have changed their clocks last weekend. We're back to 6 hours different now, so the UK is 6 hours ahead of me. Because obviously, I'm fairly aware of the time difference because I still have family in the motherland, so... Susie Q from Duo Beats, welcome on in. How you doing? Are you? When is it you're setting off? When are you heading to Vegas? Great stream yesterday, by the way. Great stream for Dukasoft's birthday, which was obviously the main reason you did a stream, with Dukasoft being one of your mods, of course. Hope you're having a good day. Bedford or Cambridge? Neither. Do you want me to tell you my hometown? I don't think that's too doxy, is it? Is it too doxy telling you my hometown? I do actually have a shirt that has my hometown on it. Maybe I should wear that another stream, and then everybody will know. I'll give you a county. How about that? Northamptonshire. There you go. So about an hour north of London. It's 16:22 hours here. There we go. So I am ironing, packing soon, off on Saturday. What? I'm actually doing an airport run on Saturday, Susie. Not taking you to the airport, not fetching you from the airport. I'm actually picking up Firefighter Gamey from the airport on Saturday. So I too will be near some planes. Close enough. It was close enough, yeah. All right, we are 40 minutes from Northamptonshire. My brother-in-law's family live there. Oh, okay. Very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that anywhere in England is how it used to be, and I don't want to sound old by going, oh, back in the day when I was growing up, that kids used to have respect and blah, blah. I'm not that person, but it has definitely changed a lot. I mean, not least the shops. There seems to be a lot more barbers. There seems to be a lot more coffee shops. Yeah, I guess it's losing some of its soul to a certain degree. A lot of the smaller shops. I mean, there were retail chains, obviously, but a lot of the smaller shops seem to be closing down. I guess because they can't compete with everything online. And I miss a good old British high street. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the charity shops seem to be closing down. I don't know. It's horrid in the UK. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, Susie. 60s to 90s were the best years, and that will never come back. I mean, I don't think we ever go back to how things were, do we? I don't think we had it great in the 60s and then, it wasn't so good in the 70s, but then it came back in the 80s. I think change is inevitable. I think there's always going to be change, some for the good, some for the not so good. I just wish there was more for the good. I don't mind things changing. I'm not averse to change, but yeah, it'd be nice if we see Wigginton bottom. Bottom. Yeah, but it would be good if there was more of the good stuff. Boggy bottom. Okay. I think there's also a nostalgia factor in terms of people forgetting the bad things that happened in the past. Do you know, Lodot, I was having a very similar conversation a few years ago when I went back to England and I was sitting in a pub, as you do, with my dad, and he was saying, people say how good things were in the 50s. They weren't. People just they remember all the good stuff, they forget some of the bad stuff, and then they have this like rose-coloured glasses memory of how things used to be. And maybe it's all relative as well. You're like, oh yeah, it was really bad in the 90s, and then then we got to the 2000s, and you think that things were good in the 90s, but then because they got a lot worse in the 2000s, you're like, oh well, it's all relative. Things were really bad in the 2000s, so they're obviously better in the 90s. So I mean, 80s were the best, I think, for music, with you being one half of Duo Beats, Susie, you on a DJ stream. 80s did have some good music, that's for sure. It's also like, movies were better in the past. Well, also, all the movies you remember from them are the best ones. You mostly forgot the bad ones. Well, I agree with that to a certain degree, Lodoc, but I will say that I think pre-COVID, the quantity of good films coming out was better. So they might be releasing the same amount of films now, but I feel like they're either remakes, reimaginings, sequels. I feel like a lot of the originality has disappeared from Hollywood now, and I don't remember the last time I watched a good movie that was completely original. And maybe it's like video games, you know? They say there's no such thing as an original video game. It always like bears some relation to something else, or is a hat tip to a game that's come previously. Maybe it's the same with movies. Maybe now we've just had movies around for so long that maybe there are no original ideas left that are good. I mean, anybody can come up with an original idea, right? Doesn't mean it's going to make a good film. 70s were the best for the Beatles. If they tried releasing a song today, I think it'd go completely under the rug. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, things of the time, of the era. I'm not a fan of the remakes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're not bad movies, the remakes, but also I'm like, why? We didn't need a Total Recall remake. We didn't need a RoboCop remake. Just leave the original movies as they were. I feel like it just turns into a cash grab at that point. And they're like, well, people that don't remember the original will fall in love with the new one, or people that do remember the original are going to still have that nostalgia and are going to pay to see a different version of it to see if we've improved it. It just, I don't know, seems very cash grabby to me. Yes, my best years, 80s, as I was 16 in 82. And yes, going out to pub and clubs, plus all the music was amazing. Kids don't have that now, sadly. I mean, for me, I don't know. I feel like because everything's going digital, when I used to have a house in England, I used to have a newspaper delivered. Newspaper comes in the day, and then you sit down and you read it and you have some calm, some chill time. Everything's online now, Every time I go to the library, it's pretty much empty. I don't know how libraries are still going, to be honest. I can't imagine, especially since, how do libraries make money? It's not from lending books for free, is it? Is it from the fees when people don't bring them back on time? Is it from, renting out? In fact, they don't even rent out. I was going to say rent out computer time. My local library has a bunch of PCs that you can go and sit down at, but they're free. You borrow a book, it's free. You do have to pay for movies. So if you rent like a DVD or a Blu-ray, you pay for that. But I can't imagine, and I don't want to be the bringer of doom, but I can't imagine that in 10 years, at least local smaller libraries are still going to be around. I mean, massive libraries like in the big cities obviously still will be, but yeah. I have fond memories, I've said it before, of the mobile library when I was growing up. Like a big truck that used to come around and you go in and there's bookshelves and a small selection. But, for people that can't get to the library or don't have a local library, that was a godsend. Yeah. I mean, music has always been inspired from something. I mean, it can never be fully original. I mean, I get that, but every time you hear a song, you don't go, oh, this sounds like, or, oh, yeah, I'll see what they've sampled to make this. I mean, I think that songs can be original enough that they don't all sound like something else. Cup of tea. Wait, what? Remastered. How much music now is inspired by African American culture, which in itself got inspired by African culture, etc. Yeah, and I know that Bruno Mars took a lot of heat from his style that he created for himself a few years ago. They were like, oh, he's just taking from this and taking from this, and like Lodok says, everything is taken from something. It's just how obvious it is. Last club I went to, someone pulled a knife out on me at the urinal. Unfortunately, I was still going when he turned me. So what you're saying is he was in the splash zone, Duke. I'm not a reader, but I did like our town library, and it's still going. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, is it one of those that has all glass windows? One of the libraries in my hometown used to have, it's not there anymore, used to have, and when I say it's not there anymore, they relocated in the same town, so it's not like it closed down. They had glass windows, so when you go by, you could see how many people were in there. But then in the high street, my library is in this big, old, historical building. So you can't, there's windows obviously, but there's not bunches of glass where you can see how many people are in there. But yeah, times be changing. Let It Be from the Beatles. There we go. Let it be. 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 Alrighty, so thank you, Susie, for the song request. I think the UK needs to start being self-sufficient again. We've globalized too much, too quick, and the economy is really feeling it now. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't even think. GG's, Lodoc. I don't even think anything is manufactured in England anymore, is it? I mean, they used to have the steelworks. They used to have the coal refineries. They used to have British cars that were made. Yeah, I don't even know if anything. Cadbury's got sold to Kraft in the US, so there's no more British Cadbury's. What else was it? Something else I was looking up the other day also got sold to Kraft. Can't remember now. Kate, how you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Hump Day! Also, happy April the 1st. Has anybody played the drop game today to see that the theme has automatically changed? Because it's no longer birthday month. We shouldn't have the birthday redemption anymore. It should have been automatically disabled. And we have a new drop game. Look at that. I don't know what theme that is. Well, I don't know why it looks like green bush, and then what do they look like? Christmas tree lights. Okay. Yes, I thought it appropriate. Very appropriate. Yes. Let's take one of the biggest genres, K-pop. It was heavy influence from black culture in the US. I didn't know that, Lodoc. Yeah. But K-pop Demon Hunter, did you hear there's going to be a sequel? I mean, why wouldn't there be? It was such a massive hit for Netflix. Netflix showed it on their streaming service. It was a runaway success. Then they moved it into movie theaters for a few months, and it was a success. And yeah, now there's going to be a sequel. So, has anybody seen it? Did anybody like it?
Stay a while and listen.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to pick the right song, but there we go. From K-pop Demon Hunters. One of the most popular songs. If you've seen the movie, you'll recognise this. If you haven't seen the movie, it got a lot of airplay on the radio.
Stay a while and listen.
So you probably still know this. It's All Gone. What's all gone, Susie? What did I miss? Are you having a good day, Kate? I hope everything's going well for you. Bentley, I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Always appreciated. You notice how Bentley lurked right before I did Golden. If I'd have requested Golden like 2 minutes before, Bentley would probably have stuck around and listened. Just saying. And Kate, not a big fan of K-pop Demon Hunter, has also gone into lurk mode. Thank you very much. Not heard of it. Not heard of it. Susie, you haven't heard of K-pop Demon Hunter? You said everything has been sold off in UK. Yes, all gone. Okay, that's what you meant. Yeah. I mean, I know at in Newport Pagnell, near Milton Keynes, I believe they probably still have an AML factory, Aston Martin Lagonda. I don't know if that's just sales or if they actually manufacture anything there. I'm not sure. I always remember when I used to drive past, I used to drive through there. I'm trying carefully not to dox myself, but when I used to drive past it quite often, I had all the like fancy pants cars there. Cost a lot of money. If you want an Aston Martin, Lots of money. I think really only Duke could probably afford those. Yeah. We should have to look when we go past. Yeah, I mean, also right next to that is Bletchley, isn't it? Where they have the stone cows. You ever seen the stone cows in Bletchley, Susie? All right, so what's on the agenda today? If anybody's found any April Fool's Day jokes like this one from Elgato that you can see with the Stream Deck with a lever, which isn't actually a thing, but they came up with an animation for it. Here we go, look. To make it look like the Stream Deck. Now there's a one-arm bandit version. And yeah, it has like the whole page and everything. They're talking about it. They're, look, they're demonstrating it so you can see it. All right, and then you're like, do you know what? This actually looks like a genuine thing. Are you sure this is an April Fool's joke? Well, I am sure, and I'll tell you how I'm sure. Because when you click on the deal me in, it opens up a new window, and lo, and in fact, behold, there you go. That probably tells you everything you need to know, right? Okay. All right, so we'll close that out. I forgot it was April Fool's. I normally do one on someone. Easter eggs now full of palm oil, all Cadbury's ones, and no one here buying any. I heard about the palm oil thing. Isn't it where some chocolate things, they can't even say chocolate anymore? They have to say chocolate flavored or something? Just because the content of cocoa or something is not enough to call it chocolate? Palm oil, depending on how it is treated, isn't necessarily bad for you. For example, most of the time people use the Asian way of refining palm oil, which is usually worse for you and has a deforestation issue. But for example, palm oil in Africa is unrefined usually and is actually not that bad for you. You can tell the difference because African palm oil is super red, while Asian is translucent. You see, Lodoc isn't just the spanking queen, comes in with the facts as well. Yeah. Did you know that Lodoc can speak 17 languages? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I heard it on Bolin's channel, so I know it must be true. Anyway, we can do a shout out for Duo Beats, but their next stream is probably going to be an IRL stream in Vegas. They're going to Vegas, don't you know? Yeah. What happens in Vegas, unless you live stream it, stays in Vegas. It's true. Yes, they've took off their half milk image off their chocolate. Yeah, because it used to be that used to be the old ads, didn't it? The adverts used to be like full cream dairy milk in every bar or something, and that's why it was called dairy milk. And they used to show like the glass of milk pouring into it in the ads. But yeah, I'm sure that probably the ingredients have changed. I'm sure probably the size of the bar has changed, and I'm sure the price definitely has increased, which makes no sense to me, I think people aren't going to notice that you're reducing the size of things. I don't know. Like I say, we could do with some more things that are good when it comes to change. Am I right? I think I'm right. Yes, we'll be live next week. Yeah. Yep, there you go. They're gonna be doing live streams. They've already been doing some testing, so go drop Duo Beats a follow, and you can see them stream from good old Vegas. The Easter eggs are so much smaller and thinner too. So Brit Gamey actually works in Aldi, Susie, and she said that when she goes on a break, she buys the Maltesers. I think that she said they're about this size. They're 99 pence. She buys the small ones and has those on her break. But I mean, compared to prices here, if you go somewhere like the shop called British Isles in Houston, I bet they have Easter eggs in now. British Isles store. Here we go. Here we go. Look, Easter eggs. They've already got Easter eggs in. So this store is probably about 4 hours, over 4 hours, maybe 4.25 hours from me. Am I driving 4.25 hours to get British products? I am not. No. But look, Galaxy, Aero, and you're like, yeah, buddy, sign me up. I don't know, Susie, if this site has prices, but you better do this. You better hold your jaw closed because it's about to drop open if they show you the prices. All right. Big test tonight again, but on spare channel. Okay. Yeah, I think cocoa needs to be 25% for milk chocolate, 35%, 18% cocoa butter for dark chocolate. White chocolate needs 20% cocoa butter. Yeah. All right, so let's sort by. Oh, we can't. I was going to say. Oh, hang on. Sort by price, highest price. All right. Okay, you ready? Are you ready, Susie? What do we think for a small? I mean, it looks relatively small, especially compared to these others. A small Maltesers. How many dollars are you thinking, Susie? Anybody have a guess? How many dollars for this tiny Maltesers one? This is probably the one that's 99 pence in Aldi. 6. All right, let's have a look. You ready? Oh, look, it's a giant one. It's not a small one, but it's $40, Susie. You were close. We did sort it by highest price first, so yeah, $40 for this one. $39 for this one, excluding tax, of course. So you got another 8.25% on that. Yeah. So you're probably looking at another $3 or $4 on top. Yeah. So let's keep going. I didn't know that Cadbury's did a Biscoff one. That's interesting. But let's hang on a minute. Let's sort by lowest price then. I probably swayed things there. Terry's chocolate orange minis, exploding candy, or a Kit Kat chunky. All right, these are the cheapest ones they have. $6. Look, Susie was spot on. Right on the money, Susie. Chocolate orange popping candy minis, small egg, 91 grams. So it's probably about this size. $6. Yeah. I bought some Biscoff eggs on the right there, but tiny ones. Oh, yeah. Oh, I checked. 25% for cocos in the EU, but in the UK it's 20%. So Cadbury can be considered chocolate in the UK, but not the EU. It's crazy, isn't it? The different laws and rules in different countries, even within the same continent. Yes, I've been doing my egg research. Yeah, so I definitely wouldn't recommend coming over here, Susie, and buying eggs and taking them back. You're definitely better off buying them over there. Yeah, so Thornton's dinosaur egg. That's cute, but $12 cute? No. Yeah, Munchies. I used to love Munchies growing up. Munchies, as I remember, like it is here. You can't see because when I hover over it, it does add to cart. But that pack, that Munchies pack under the add to cart button, they had Munchies. And Susie, what were the mint ones called? There were mint versions, weren't there? But they weren't called Munchies, I don't think. Is it Mintola or something? I don't know. I'm dredging the memory banks now. Oh, I guess they were called Munchies, but Mint Munchies. Who remembers Mint Munchies? Me. I just said about it. Mintola. Look, I was right. They were Mintola. They must have rebranded to Mint Munchies instead. Good Lord, where did I pull that name from? Not sure about the mint ones. I love fries. Fries Turkish Delight or just fries in general, Susie? My dad loves Turkish Delight. See, Mars. You can't really get Mars bars here. I mean, I say that. They have them sometimes in the supermarket, but they're expensive. Yeah. So, yeah, expensive stuff. No, Fry's mint bars. Google, you will know them. Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, who used to like those? Because I think my mum used to like the Fry's mint bars. Mrs. Gamey loves Galaxy chocolate. That's one of her favourites. And Terry's Orange is also Mrs. Gamey's favourite. Mrs. Gamey doesn't really do dark chocolate, and I know they do dark chocolate Terry's Oranges. But yeah, the milk chocolate ones, she does like those. And they do have those under different brand names here as well. So, if you don't want to pay $6, $5 or $6, I think they are, for an actual Terry's one, you can get generic ones. We're not talking about flakes, Lodot. You tease me with your flakes. Yeah, Galaxy is nice, lovely taste. True. And then, people are like, oh yeah, Hershey's is better than Cadbury's. And I'm like, what planet are you on? Do you have COVID? Do you not have any taste buds? Hershey's has an aftertaste of soap. I don't eat anything Hershey's. I don't eat Reese's. I don't do any of that stuff. In fact, I only recently tried, and we haven't seen Tatum yet today. I only recently tried Little Debbie's. The Little Debbie's cream pies that Tatum usually has in his lunch. I tried one of those, and it was a peanut butter one, and I was like, yeah. Mrs. Gamey loves them. I don't know. Different people like different things, right? Hershey's is horrible. Hershey's actually has some... I'm not going to get into it in case people are eating, but just Google, and I'm not going to do it, Google Hershey's and then bad taste. And you'll probably find out what's in Hershey's that has that lovely aftertaste. Yeah. Don't do it while you're eating, though. One of my favourite chocolate is a Ghanaian one. Yeah, there's a fancy one here that begins with G. Is it like Gislin or something? I don't know. USA fancy chocolate. Ghirardelli. I think that's about as fancy as it gets here. And then you have Milka, of course. We all have Milka in the purple packets. Milka is great. They do like 50,000 varieties of that. Neuhaus. Why do I feel like we've looked at that before? I feel like we might have had somebody in here that mentioned that one previously. We love Milka. Yeah, so the best place to get Milka from, although it's quite expensive, is a local German bakery. It's a bakery / restaurant, and in there they have like a bookcase, and it has lots of different candy on it, or sweets, and they have Milka in there. Is there any chocolate that you would recommend as we are going to the US? I mean, I'd steer clear of anything Hershey's. I'd steer clear of anything Reese's. Dove. Dove is nice. Dove chocolate. Duty free is cheap. Yeah, so either Dove or Ghirardelli. That's pretty good too. Godiva. That's good. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything like... Are you familiar with Hotel Chocolat in the UK, Susie? Yeah, we don't like them. Hershey's and Reese's. Yeah, Godiva, so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, but you can always... When you are here, Susie, I mean, even when you're not, but when you are here, you can always ping me on Discord. I'm usually reachable, especially since you're going to be closer to my time zone. If you have any questions or, if there's anything you're not sure of. I don't profess to know everything, but, I'm since I've been here for a hot minute, I can probably help you out somehow. Lindt is good as well, Lindt. Anything with Lindt or Lindor, that's good chocolate. Russell Stover, I'd say probably avoid Russell Stover. Russell Stover I usually see in like big boxes that are overpriced in the pharmacy and Walgreens, and very often they're half price just because I think nobody buys them. Yeah, not a big fan of Russell Stover. I mean, it tastes okay. It's not like Hershey's horrible, but Yeah, it's overpriced for what it is. I mean, look, $2 for Walgreens for a tiny bag. Those things. Mm-mm-mm. All right. I think we've done the chocolate thing. Hotel Chocolat. Yeah, they recently opened. I say recently, a few years ago. Recently opened one in my hometown, and yeah, I did visit it. It was pretty good. Oh yes, Bit Dear. My friend works there. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's definitely a treat that probably probably the Duke is like. I only eat Hotel Chocolat because the Duke's fancy. That's why he's called the Duke. Sorry, Bit, but you're a little out of reach. Can you move closer? You mean literally move house closer, or about is that move closer to the webcam? Maybe. Oh, you shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said you can reach out to me. Yeah, of course you can. Milka was originally Swiss, but now produced in Germany and Slovakia. Tony's chocolate is very disappointing, in my opinion. I have no idea about Tony's chocolate. I mean, does Tony just make it in his kitchen and sell it? I don't know. Guilain chocolate is amazing. That's true. Yep. Yeah. We are going straight to CVS for vodka. So I heard a story about CVS, and I don't know if it's true or if it's not true. It could be one of those urban legends, but I heard that there was a married couple, okay, and they got divorced, and he either started up Walgreens or he owned Walgreens or something. So she started up CVS just to spite him. And now, many moons later, every time you see one open up in your town, another one will open up just down the street for the competition. And it could be coincidence, but we have a Walgreens here, and then just down the road, a CVS opened. It's since closed. But yeah, I don't know how much truth is in that. Straight to CVS for vodka and water, of course. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the vodka prices are like in CVS. I'm guessing if you're probably going to a pharmacy to buy alcohol, you're probably better going to the local supermarket. You might get better prices. Just want to put that out there. No palm oil in Tony's, though, I think. Ah, okay. Tony's is a Dutch brand. I've never heard of Tony's. If I have chocolate, it's got to be a Mars bar. I mean, Mars are great. I do like a good Mars. And like I say, in my local supermarket, sometimes they'll have Mars. Sometimes they'll have a Lion bar. I don't like Lion bars. Sometimes a toffee crisp. No, thank you. Snickers are readily available here. But, they're mostly, you have to buy one that's the size of a tree trunk. And king size, I believe it is, and that's obviously more money. And you're like, I don't need this whole thing. I don't want to chop it into 4 and share it with my family. I just wanted a regular size one. And also Aero. I'm quite partial to Aero. They have the normal Aeros and the mint Aeros for $1.48 in my local supermarket. Don't ask how I know the exact price. They are a bit like Starbucks, one on every corner. The whole thing is to denounce exploitation in the cocoa industry. Okay. I miss Mars planets. Fried Mars bars are strange. Don't they do that mostly in, like, Scotland? This is where we need Kilted Ninja in here, isn't it? Give us the lowdown. Yeah, I know they do fried Snickers in Scotland. Don't know about fried Mars. Lee, are you the alleged Kit Kat thief? I mean, can you imagine if that news story came out today? Everybody would be like, no way has somebody stolen that many Kit Kats. That's ridiculous. Yeah, but no, it wasn't me. It's not, I can neither confirm nor deny. I am categorically denying I did not. You know what? I don't mind a Kit Kat. I definitely wouldn't want a whole bunch of Kit Kats. I mean, to be honest, wafer is not my favourite thing, even if it's covered in chocolate. So, like, what was it? Blue Riband, was it? Used to have, like, wafer with chocolate around it. I'm more drawn to the newer types of Kit Kat, where they have, like, birthday cake Kit Kat or white chocolate Kit Kat. But even then, there's still the same wafer in the middle. So, yeah, not the biggest fan of Kit Kats. But if somebody wanted to buy me a Kit Kat Easter egg, that would be entirely different. You see, let me tell you how expensive Easter eggs are, right? I do believe I have one on my throne list. Possibly. Look, Ribena, Susie. Look, $11 for a bottle of Ribena. Look, $16 for a Dairy Milk Buttons Easter egg. Look. Yeah. And Boost and Double Decker are my favourites. And Cherry Bakewells are my favourite cakes. And I will fight you on that one. Cherry Bakewells are the best. Okay. How you doing, Dukesoft? Happy belated birthday. And you know what we're doing right now? Because it was, in fact, Dukesoft was rude enough to have a birthday on the day that I wasn't streaming yesterday. So happy belated birthday to Dukesoft. I think we need to get the dancing cupcake on now. All right. So if you want to post emotes, dancing emotes, birthday emotes in chat, now would be a good time. Here we go. Ba 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 ba. Happy birthday, Dukesoft. Happy birthday, Dukesoft. Dukesoft, happy birthday. We've got lots of balloons and a dancing cupcake. Yes, it's just for Dukesoft. All right, you can go now. All right, you've oversold it. Goodbye. All right. How are you doing, Dukesoft? Did you imbibe at all last night because it was your birthday? Are you nursing a hangover today, or were you a good boy and you just had birthday cake and squash? Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Blimmin' heck, $11 for Ribena. Yes, it is in fact $11 for Ribena. Might as well sell a kidney. I mean, since Mrs. Gamey has a couple of kidney stones at the moment, I think she'd happily sell one of her kidneys for Ribena because she does love Ribena. Yeah, when Brit Gamey came over, they bought a bottle of Ribena, and you can bet your bottom dollar we made that one stretch. So if you're not familiar, okay, Ribena is like blackcurrant cordial. So it's concentrated. So you pour as much as you want into a glass, and then you dilute it. You add water to it. Okay. And I'm not even sure I've seen anything like it in the US. Yeah. I mean, you buy like ready mix juice here, but I don't think I've seen a cordial that you add water to. Exactly, Berlin. Happy birthday, +1. Yeah, we had a dancing cupcake. We didn't have a cat licking a birthday cake like you can find on streams like science streams. Yeah, but hopefully that was good enough for you, Dukesoft. For my days, that's so expensive, right? Crazy. Thank you, Dukesoft, for your challenge to my Duck Hooker challenge. Words are hard. And we haven't even got to the secret project yet. This is going to be a fun one today. Okay, all the tickling. All right, I've missed tickling today. We were doing the shots for him. Yes. I had no idea.
Oh, come on!
What Shuey was. I joined Duo Beat stream and Susie's like, okay, oh, you missed the Shuey, and I'm like, oh no, I didn't miss the Shuey. I'm like, what is the Shuey? What is? I feel like I should just pretend like I know because I don't want to feel uncool. I'm like, oh, okay, oh man, I missed the Shuey. But anyway, everybody seemed to have a good time. There was Duo Beats getting slowly sozzled on behalf of Dukesoft because it was his birthday. So I used all my money to get a new emote in Duo Beats channel. 10k achievement done, way worth it. I saw that. Yes, I also saw Susie saying, "Oh no, I wish I'd seen that you got it sooner." Yeah, so GG's. Very nice. I changed it. I loved it. There we go. Almost 86 stream streak there. I don't know what Betu Kanu is, but thank you. I'll put it back later. And as I'm only going to mention one more time, on the last stream, we did actually introduce something for when people get a 100 stream watch streak. So, yeah, hopefully in a few weeks we'll see somebody hit that magic mark, and then we'll see what we introduced. Oh yes, we were doing shoeies. Loved the shoey. Yeah. They were all the rage in lockdown. Yeah. Yeah. So shoeies everywhere, and not a shoe shop to be seen. Well, happy birthday, Duke. I hope you had a great day, Princess. I got to get on with sanding these walls down for a fresh lick of paint. Duke, I wish you good luck. Thank you for stopping by. Always good to see you. And yeah, hopefully we'll catch up soon. So for those that missed the story earlier, Dukasoff was kind enough to have his brother and girlfriend at his place and asked them to keep the noise down a bit, and his brother punched a hole in the wall. So they are no longer staying with the Duke. So, yeah. I only paused because I dropped the ladder on my foot. Oh, no. No, it's like an episode of Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. Anybody remember that? Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. Frank Spencer. Betty. No, just me. Okay. Anyway, moving on then. Let's close out the eggs. Let's close out the chocolate. All right. So, as I said, we have an Autumn Magic update for the drop game. So anybody playing the drop game gets to see the not birthday theme anymore because we're into a new month. There we go. I'm not really sure what that theme is. Should we have a quick look? Pixelplush.dev is the team that created it, Instafluff and Maya. And then we have the parachute drop, which I think is probably one of their most popular themes. So we have party cakes, which we had last month. We have a pool. Easter, they're Easter eggs. They're not Christmas tree lights. Who said Christmas tree lights? Obviously they're Easter eggs. It's Easter month. So we have the Easter theme, okay? And if you were around for the stream when we started creating the automagic changing of the drop game theme.
Lunchtime. Him having a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich, raw cabbage and tofu. Hope all is well with y'all today. Bitgum Duckleson. Happy April Fool's Day.
Thank you, Tatum. Always good to see you. We were just talking about you, actually, and saying how I tried the peanut butter cream pies, and I was like... So, yeah, I'm going to have to try some of the other ones that you kindly sent me pictures of. So maybe I'll do a taste test on stream and see if I like those instead. But PB and mayo, that's a thing? I mean, PB and J, obviously.
Word for it is...
I mean, PB and J, I've never heard of PB and mayo sandwich before. That's a new one to me. Raw cabbage and tofu. Yeah, well, I hope you're having a good day, Tatum. I hope you're enjoying
Let's go, chat.
your lunch. And everybody should totally go drop a follow now on the Etch-a-Sketch King himself. I know you see my Etch-a-Sketch drawings and you're like, wow, how could anybody do any better than those? But they do.
Thank God.
And this is the person that does it. So, yeah, go drop him a follow. I'd appreciate that. It's April Fool's Day, so in fact it is, yes, it is the 1st. Yeah, no word of a lie. My brain would explode if I had to choose one. On the other hand, a Susie goatee emote would do the trick. Okay, all right then. Yeah. It is April Fool's Day, but it's not April Fool's that Tatum tells us what he has in his lunch. So, okay, so we have the Easter theme for the drop game. All right, the challenge. If anybody hasn't seen my hooker challenge, the latest community challenge we have is the only challenge currently when you bring up the redemptions, called Duck Hook A, because I tried to put hook a duck and Twitch said, we're not having that kind of language. I'm sorry, potty mouth gamey. We're not having that. You can't call it hook a duck challenge. But apparently if you don't spell it with ER on the end, if you just put an A, as in hook a duck, then they're okay with it. So, yeah, 23% raised. 22 days left. We have a mere 3 weeks, a little over, to raise them points. Oh, but it is. I'm not eating any of that. Oh, you got me. That's why I hadn't heard of PB and mayo, because you just made it up. And on April Fool's Day, I in fact am the April Fool. So thank you, Tatum. Thanks for catching me out. Hook a soft. No. Hookah soft. That sounds better. Alrighty. Sorry, Susie. The shout out is in fact locked down, but you know, given that it's the day after birthday, and we do usually do a shout out for the mods as well, so we should probably do Jiren as well, because I don't want anybody feeling left out. Is the clip machine going to balk today? Is it not going to show us a clip? We had a clip, it will be a little bit stuttery, of Tatum. Does it not want to show any drone footage? From the drone meister himself? No? Or is this the clip that... There it is. Not as long as I normally like Duca Soft to be, but there you go. How about Jiren? Are we gonna get a Jiren clip?
Ah, jeepers feck, you know, decisions.
Ah, jeepers. Jeepers creepers. There we go. Alright, all the mods are shouted out. We haven't shouted out Manamana today, have we? So Dark Muppeteer has been doing some test streams. Dark Muppeteer is actually going to be doing some full-length streams very soon. So it doesn't have any clips yet as such, but, you know, friend of the channel, please go drop a follow, and you'll be able to watch Dark Muppeteer doing game dev streams. Probably more game dev than I do, because, you know, I tried to get to the game dev part, but, you know, it's not always easy. But what I do talk about, and what is easy, is publicizing the Unity publisher sale that they have every single week. And the new one starts on a Thursday. And since today is Thursday Eve, or Wednesday to some people, now is the day you want to actually grab the free asset from that link. Because tomorrow it'll be a different asset and you'll have missed out. And the freebie will go back to full price. So, Cutie Kitty, how the purring devil are you? Welcome on in. Happy Hump Day, but also April Fool's Day. Yeah, Tatum's already caught me out by saying he was having a PB and mayo sandwich. But, you know, it's not for me to judge, but he was actually just making me look a fool, so that worked. What are we focusing on today? We are, in fact, starting a new game. What? A new game, you say? Yes, a new game. Let's get some new game hype up in here. And before we get into talking about the new game, I want to, in fact, check if the curtain's working, because I don't think we've seen the curtain at all today. It does work! Huzzah! Little whale. Aww. I mean, it looks like a big whale. It's taken up half of my wall, but... I don't do April Fool's Day. I mean, I guess there's degrees, right? You can just be somebody that doesn't partake at all, doesn't really tries to stay off social media for the day. You could be somebody that gets pranked on April Fool's Day, like Tatum just pranked me, or you could be a pranker yourself. You could, in fact, go to quite elaborate measures to try and catch people out. I know sometimes some streamers partake and they try and fool people. I'm not one of those because I don't probably have the brain power or bandwidth or both to do that. So welcome. Wait, what? That sounds nasty, Dugasoft. Anyway, moving on. The new game. I hear you cry. New game, you say? Wait, we've got some new game hype up in here. What is this new game you speak of? Well, you know, I do like to build the hype, so I'm actually going to grab a hot cup of coffee, and then when I come back, I'm going to tell you all about it. Yeah, I should have stayed off the social media. It wasn't great for my spoons. What does your cutlery have to do with April Fool's Day, cutie kitty? What am I missing here? All right, so I'm going to go and grab a coffee. When I come back with my coffee, still shout out for my fave bear. When I come back with my hot coffee, we're going to talk about a game that I'm considering.
Can we craft a sword? We ought to be able to.
Which might be a mashup. 3 different games. Now I'm curious.
Fuck yes.
Hi, Curious. I'm Ducky. I'm curious if you've heard of the 3 games.
Right there.
Oh, come
I'm
on!
looking at the wrong
We're
one.
streaking! Come on!
Look, she's walking around the
Mental
sword she's
health.
crafted.
Oh, okay. That's a term I'm unfamiliar with. So if you talk about your spoons, that's your mental health? Today I learned something. Definitely almost 16. Almost 20 at a stretch. And we don't want anything being stretched if there's nudity. But thank you, cutie kitty. I appreciate that. That's a lot of support. That's a lot of being here, helping me on my partner push. So thank you very much. Yeah, we did put something in when people get to 100 stream watch streak. So what we're going to do another time, because we've got time to play with. I think 86 around there, 87 maybe, is the maximum amount at the moment. So we did put something in to happen when you reach 100 watch streak, and then we need to, once somebody triggers that, then we'll look at what the next level will be for the next nudity milestone, if you will. All right, so stick around, watch some clips of the channel of me being a goofy goober, and I'll be right back with a hot coffee in about 2 minutes, 41 seconds. Obstacle in chat to throw in them obstacles. To block them piggies. Whoa, what? Whoa. Wait, 11 seconds. What in the world happened right there? Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut your face. Shut it, shut it. What? Maybe that helicopter can work in your favour. There you go, smacked across the line. Maybe. No, that's not across the line. That's...
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
WizKid got second. Yeah, so if you're looking at my knob, Sean, with a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? This Michael puts work and love into his stream. Michael. this Michael. I mean, I've been called worse. You can call me Michael if you like. Appreciate you holding my rod, Berlin. Thank you. Coffee. All right, well, this is for you, buddy. All right, thanks, my friend.
Thank you so much, Science_Streams, for gifting a subscription to D3V Guy Low Levelish 777.
Bit gamma hackery, bit
Hello?
gamma hackery, bit gamma hackery,
Is
bit
it
gamma
Lee
hackery,
you're
bit gamma
looking
hackery, bit
for?
gamma hackery, bit
Well, you
gamma
found
hackery,
him.
bit gamma hackery,
That
bit
doesn't really-
gamma hackery, bit 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 gamma hackery.
Make him stop.
Bit gamma hackery.
Okay, so randomness. We're going to take this baseball. We are going to...
Man, am I really going to have to stream 7 days so that people can? No, that. But for me, it's kind of like
You can do it! You can do it! You can do it!
like some really good whiskey, and you can like feel it burning all the way down. Oh my gosh.
Duo bear banger, duo bear banger, duo bear banger, duo bear banger, duo bear.
Is everything blurry for everybody else, or is it just me?
Duo bear banger, 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 duo bear banger.
Stop it.
Oh,
Get
that
some help.
burns. Smikes, that burns. Probably much more than whiskey. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, should I have one more fire breathe? If the mods are going to abuse the TTS, you see how it is? While the cat's away, I'll see what they do. All right. And one of the reasons that I said I will bring TTS back is on a trial basis, see if it gets abused. And it would only stay if it gets abused. So, yay, it's staying. All right. What did I miss?
Basically, what you're trying to say is that you've...
Welcome in, Tubby.
I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me. When you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
What is this? All right, let's see what we have clipped. Well, there's a clip. Take us off. One year later. That was a big build-up. Took us off. No, that wasn't the best thing to say, was it? After that. All right, so. Ooh, somebody, Zin the Phoenix, gifted me a tier 1 sub to Music by Sticks. Okay, so I have some new emotes to use now, some new emojis, if you will. Lee making stall. No, I wasn't making stall. I was making coffee. So it was a drop of the brown stuff, Berlin, but you got the wrong brown stuff there. Yeah, just like to point that out. What am I watching? I'm watching BitGamey, watching BitGamey, watching us watch BitGamey. You are very correct, Octavius. How you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. We had a lurky worky, I'm guessing, Bentley in here earlier.
Bit gamma hookery.
Hope you're both doing well.
Hookery, bit gamma hookery, bit gamma.
Stop it. Get some help.
I love that button on my Stream Deck. It's probably one of my favourite buttons. Whale, what? Exactly. Yes. Yes, that was a nasty clip created by Dukasoft. Of me saying something which Dukasoft put in chat. You think I would learn, right? No, I don't learn at all. Loosen up your buttons. I would. I don't actually have... The only button I have on at the moment, Octavius, is on my jeans, and I probably shouldn't... I mean, it's only Thanksgiving. I tend to loosen that button. So, yeah. Octave Bit Gamey. Why? That's weird. So, hang on. So, in the chat up here, I actually see the emotes. But in my stream chat, in my OBS window, it doesn't show the emotes. It just shows the text, which is odd. But anyway, how you doing, Octavius? Are you having a good day? How the devil are you on this April Fool's Day? Did you see any good April Fool's jokes from businesses, companies? Did you get pranked yourself? Did you prank Bentley? Fantastic day. That makes me happy. I like that your day is fantastic. Well, we've covered quite a lot of ground in
Mommy, a girl behind you.
Oh no! What? Mama, a girl behind you. Thank you, Hugin. How the devil are you doing, Hugin? Happy hump day! You're just in time, Hugin. We're just about to talk about a new game, a new project, if you will, which could potentially be a mashup of 3 other games. It's true. Yeah. So, we come back over here. This pack here, that you can see I did in fact purchase yesterday. Stylized Cars Pack, low poly. This pack is normally almost $10. $9.99 usually. It went half price yesterday and is still half price today. And Toyamon, the developer, did in fact make a lot of their assets half price yesterday. And do you know how I know about that? Because it's on my Discord server. Yeah, where you can get paid assets for free. This particular one was half price, so it wasn't free, but there's different channels for game developers on my Discord server, so you can find out when assets that you would normally pay for do go free. Yeah. And I saw this yesterday. Had actually gone half price in my big discounts channel, and I thought, you know what? This looks like fun. This looks like the kind of pack that I could get behind. This looks like the kind of pack that I could actually create a game for. And then the wheels started turning, and I thought, well, let me try and think of games that I've played in the past that I've enjoyed that we might be able to mash up to create a game with this. All right, so what I'm thinking is we're going to treat it, because I don't want it taking months and months and months, we're going to treat it like a game jam, all right? So by treat it like a game jam, I mean there's going to be a specific time limit that I want to try and keep to. And certain elements, not like a theme. I'm not going to put a theme on myself, because obviously I'm just going to, if it's just me, I'm just going to choose the theme that I want. So there's not going to be an announcement of a theme or anything, but I am going to create an itch page. I am going to create a game. We're going to step through all the stages of me creating the game.
Thank you so much, Oct8Vias, for gifting a subscription to Lee Jam.
and pending your pillow. That's lovely. Thank you, Octavius, for the gifty to Lee Jam. Who knows? Maybe Lee Jam will swing by. Maybe Lee Jam will become my new bestie or something. You know. Either way, thank you, Octavius. I appreciate it. Octavius always coming in with the funny gifties. It's like somebody in chat. Somebody in chat just got a gifty. No, nobody in chat. Thank you for all the blurb biddies today, you guys. Too kind. I got into a worships pandas.
You what?
Exactly. Well, I hope it goes all right for you, Hugin. I hope you don't have to drink any Kool-Aid or anything. It's the least we could do. Yeah, I see what you did there. I'm on to you, Dukasoft. Just because it was your birthday yesterday. Just because it was your birthday yesterday and you're still in birthday mode. Just because you haven't quite finished all of the birthday cake yet. I see which type of Dukasoft we have today. And I'm here for it. So I bought this pack yesterday. As you can see up here, you purchased this item on blah 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 blah. Okay, so we're going to use this pack. And we're going to make a game. It says down here, sale, normally $9.99, now $4.99 until April the 15th. Limited to 2 weeks. 6 chunky stylized, low poly city vehicles. And it is compatible with all 3 render pipelines. We're going to be using URP, this particular one in particular. The meshes are low poly with stylized proportions. Textures are hand painted, 2K resolution. And we have a police car, an ambulance, a taxi cab, a pickup truck, sports car, and a luxury sedan. Dan. We're a bit spotty on the rules. There's not really any rules, is there? Or are you talking about here, or are you talking about in the Panda Cult? At least someone's on to me. Ooh, hey, baby. No, wait. Focus. All right. So that's the idea. And what I was thinking is, some of the best games that come out are mashups of other games. So in the Panda, okay. Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm thinking, what about if you mashed up Chase HQ, and we're going to watch these videos so that you can see what they're about if you're not familiar with them. Chase HQ, APB, and Crazy Taxi. Because what I wanted was a game. So here's my thinking aloud. I wanted a small scope game, which, is usually the case for game jams. A small scope game that is reminiscent of like 80s, 90s arcade games. I want it to have comedy. All right, so not necessarily like cutscenes or whatever, but funny stuff happening in the game. I wanted to utilize the 12 rules of animation or something from Disney, like squash and stretch and bounce and all those other stuff. I wanted to do things like that, and I think we might be able to use the feel asset, which I've never actually used before, but I've had for a while, that should allow you to do those kind of things. And just a short, fun game that we can publish on itch. We can publish on maybe even on the mobile stores. What do you think of that? Maybe we can sign up to the Apple Store, pay them 99 smackaroonies, and then get it on the App Store. Now, I'm not sure. I did think about maybe re-establishing my Google Play account, but if I'm not mistaken, they've put a lot more rules in place now, in that you have to have had your game play tested by a certain number of people or something. We can look into that. We can look into the rules and regs for getting published. If we did put it on the Play Store, not the Play Store, if we put it on the Apple App Store, then we need an Apple device to do that. And by device, I mean something that's not a phone. And I do have a Mac Mini, which sits in my drawer gathering dust. I did take it out the drawer last year, I think it was, dust it off and update it to the latest OS. So it's definitely usable, and it's something that we could use. I wouldn't actually develop the game on it. I would develop the game on my PC, but then when it came time to publish it, we'd use the Mac for that. But this is just all me thinking aloud. And what I want to do as we work through this process is, in my head, I have a checklist of things. So as you're probably aware, I do have a number of games on my portfolio, if you will, on itch at the moment. A lot of these are from game jams. There's the link in chat. A lot of these are from jams, and I usually tend to, since I usually participate, since I always participate in game jams solo, I have a workflow, I have a process that I work through, and I feel like I would like to get that down on paper so that when I do jams in the future, I can just have like a list of things. And Lodot, thanks for that.
Huh?
That I actually have a checklist. GG's Lodot. I have a checklist that I work through in my head that might not necessarily always be in the same order, might not always necessarily be the same things. And so I wanted to solidify the process and actually open a Word document and get everything down that I do. And I think that this game would be a good example of working through that, and create each step of the checklist as we go, so that in future, if suddenly, there's a new Journ jam or something, or a new game jam comes up that I want to participate in, I can just pull up that document and just work through it. And I think that'll help me progress quicker with the games that I create. Not necessarily just for a jam either, because, yes, when you're creating a game jam, you work through the whole process. You add sound effects, you add music, create a win state, a lose state, title screen. There are certain things that are consistent through every game, whether it's a game jam or whether it's a main project. So I'd like to get something down that I have a cheat sheet, if you will, that I can use for this particular game in particular and for future games. So that's my plan. And the three games that you may or may not have heard of, I know Tubby Crumbles is probably sitting there going, just tell us the three games, because I probably not only know them, I might even have worked on versions of them because Tubby's a legend. All right. So the first one is Chase HQ. Chase HQ, the elevator pitch is that you are a cop chasing criminals in your fancy, what looks like a Porsche 968 or something, and you have to chase down and arrest the bad guys. Okay, and the way you do that is you speed through the scene, speed through the traffic, and then when you see the bad guy, you have to whack your car into them, almost doing what I believe is called a pit maneuver in police circles. Not trying to spin the car around or flip it over, but you just keep, the more times you bash it, the bar goes up and eventually it stops. We'll see it when we take a look at this. So thinking, note to self that mashup would be balling. That's the plan. So we have Chase HQ. We have APB. Now, Chase HQ is kind of looking at the car from the back view. If you're familiar with Outrun, Pole Position, any of those type of games, it's that type of view. APB is a bird's eye view, top-down view, if you will. So if we look, you can see it here. That looks a little bit like Spy Hunter from that thumbnail, but we'll take a look at that. And the thing is with APB is it has more police-specific rules. Like, okay, this time you're going to go after a joyrider. This time you're going to go after a litter bug. And then there's like different types of criminal that you go after. I was talking about the one I put into chat. Doom, The Simpsons Hit and Run, and Cinderella. Yeah, let me think on that, Hugin. Not for too long, granted, but let me think on that one. I can't even imagine how that would look. So Chase HQ, APB, and last but not least, Crazy Taxi. And you might be like, how are you going to mash those three up? How is Crazy Taxi going to play a part? So in my head, and it's only in my head at the moment, and it may or may not work. What I'm thinking is, like with Crazy Taxi, if you ever played it, you have to pick up passengers, customers, and then when you pick them up, they tell you where they want to go to, and then you take them there. What I'm thinking is, because I wanted to use all of the vehicles in this pack, I was thinking you start off as the taxi, possibly, potentially, and you're hurtling down the highway, and the person you've picked up is a pregnant lady that needs to get to the hospital to have her baby, but the countdown clock is counting down, and you have only so long to get to the hospital, and what can get to the hospital quicker than a taxi is, in fact, an ambulance. So as you're like whizzing through traffic in this taxi trying to get to the hospital, and you see the ambulance, if you go up to it and Chase HQ style, let's say nudge, because you don't really want to crash into another vehicle if you have a pregnant lady in the back. If you very gently touch, sounds worse, another vehicle, all right, and probably one that has an outline on it so that you just don't go around bumping into every vehicle. When the taxi connects with the ambulance, you then switch the player control script from the taxi to the ambulance, and then the taxi kind of drifts off screen, and now you're controlling the ambulance. And the ambulance has the flashing lights going then, and can go through the traffic faster, and can get you to the hospital on time. I don't know. This is just me thinking out loud, me just spitballing, brainstorming, thinking of what we could have as a fun 80s, 90s style arcade type game, which would have relatively short play sessions, so that if we did port it to mobile, you know, at least for me anyway, if I open up a mobile game, I'm going to play on something for a few minutes and then I'm done. It's not like I'm going to sit there for hours on my phone playing something. So we shall see. We shall see. Anyway, I think the first thing to do, I've already had the brainstorming moment, and so what I was thinking of is I don't have this document I'm creating up on screen at the moment, but Game Jam checklist. I'm guilty of the hours of gaming on my phone. So I'm curious, Hugin, what games do you play on your phone that you would play for that amount of time? Because I get that a lot of mobile titles are kind of hyper casual, they're clicker games, they're generally intended for shorter play sessions. So I'm very interested. Angry Birds. Is Rovio even still working on Angry Birds? I know they had the games come out and they were very popular. And then they had the, 2 movies came out? And I don't know how well they did, but I don't even know if Angry Birds is still a thing. Is this your personal list of what you play for hours on your phone, Balint? And obviously, you know, when you say a mobile title, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a phone. It can be on a tablet. Not talking about just iPhones, you know, iPads as well. Angry Birds, Pokemon Red, and Farm Sims. New one dropped recently. You do wonder if some IPs are just going to go on and on and on, right? Like Candy Crush Saga. How many Candy Crush versions are out now? People still love the Match 3 games, don't they? I haven't played a game on my phone ages ago. My mobile now is Switch 2. Yeah, you see, I still think, though, there is a market for mobile games.
Thank you so much, Irish John Games, for the raid.
Oh my goodness. Could it be?
Hi, my name is. What? My name is.
Bit gamey.
Cricket is actually named.
Look at that. Look, Cookie Monster Cap. Look at that. Look. When I see these clips, I always try to work out the age of them. See, sometimes we get things like a Jern Jam, and you can age them from that. I had no way of aging that clip. So, thank you very much for the raid, Jern. This is most appreciated. How are you doing today? I was in your stream for a little bit earlier, but you know, when you start these early streams, they do kind of catch me out a bit because I'm usually running around, having breakfast, getting ready to take Mrs. Gamey into work. So, yeah, it's always challenging trying to get onto the earlier streams. But if you don't know Irish John Games, that's okay. You can just drop them a follow by clicking the heart that was at the top of chat. Yeah, did you know we have a Jern command here? Because his real name, his name on his birth certificate is in fact Jern. He just uses Irish John Games to make, you know, it sounds better. People can remember John better than Jern. So what were you getting up to today, Mr. Jern? Do tell. Thank you so much for the raid. Out of the squillion, trillion and 17 streamers on the platform, you chose to come over here. So thank you very much. And who else did we get? Clayman Dev with the Gerb raid. That's how I say it when I have a blocked nose. Yeah. Irish Gerb Games. Avasti Scallywag. We wish to have a parley with you, Captain, or else we fucking curse you to Davy Jones' locker. Arr! I'm not good at pirate impressions. That's why we should bring the pirate TTS back, right? I heard we're pushing. We are, yes. And for those people coming over that are new to the channel, lurking is love. So if you're like, I don't think I want to stick around here. He has a weird accent, or, you know, I don't really like game dev streams or brand new projects, secret projects that it says in the title, then that's okay. But I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind dropping a lurk, because that helps with my numbers, with the push. You see, I mean, me and Jern, we're besties, but we're not badge besties. You see, Jern managed to get the little purple badge, and I'm like, I'd love one of those. And so Jern's like, well, then try and get one of those. And I'm like, I'm never going to get my numbers high enough to get one of those. And he's like, you just need some faith. So I don't know where I get faith from, but we're going to try. We're doing a little bit of pushing. Code Rad, how you doing? Welcome on in. Berlin, you've been dragged in on another tab. I'm sorry about that. And Dukasoft also dragged in. Jamaico Jeffries. Now I know about Jamaico, and Jamaico is probably like, what's going on? How does BitGamey know about me? I know about you because you've been playing Rise of Piracy. Thank you for that follow. You've been playing Rise of Piracy, and I watched you playing on stream. And also, I believe, was it yesterday? Possibly, maybe the day before, Jern raided you, if I'm not mistaken. And so I wasn't actually at my PC, but when I came back, I did see you playing Rise of Piracy, and I did see that's where we got raided across too. So welcome in, Jamaica. Good to see you. And thank you for supporting Besto Friendo Jern with the release of his game.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you. The release of his game, Rise of Piracy, a month now. A month ago. I imagine that's flown for Jern because, you know, he spent, almost 5 years, almost 8 years if you count the restarts, working on the game as a solo dev for the most part. It's crazy. I mean, if anybody's inspiring as far as game dev goes, it has to be that guy, right? So I'm not surprised it's selling like hotcakes. But if you haven't seen the game yet, we're going to take a look at it, all right? Because I know Jern loves watching the trailers and stuff. is like, I can never see those trailers too much. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch the trailers and we're going to do all the things pirate related. All right. Which, you've just come over from Jern's stream, so you know all about this. But my guess is you probably weren't shown the trailers. All right. You probably weren't shown the Steam store page, even though Jern has a wishlist command on his stream. So, from one legend of science clips to another, this is an interesting day. That one guy, yes, I have seen you. I have seen you in Balint's stream before. Yeah. So, did you know that we might be raiding out to Balint today? He's having an early stream. He's starting a little bit earlier than usual because he has an interview today. So chances are, in a few hours, we might be raiding over to the legend himself. And there he is. Look, he got dragged across as well. There we go. Great to see you. Going to drop a lurk and get some food into me. All right, totally get it, Jern. Raid and run. You do your thing. I know you've been streaming for a few hours, so go and fill your face, do the thing. And thanks again for the raid. Much appreciated. So we're going to take a look at this in a moment. But for those new to the channel, my name is Lee, aka BitGamey, and we are starting a new project today. So this is a perfect day to join the stream. We're probably going to do a mashup of 3 separate 80s, 90s arcade games and create a whole new game that we're going to put jam rules around, as in a limited time frame, certain things you can and can't do, and we're going to create a fantastic new game. Not as fantastic as Rise of Piracy, obviously, but nonetheless, if you like game dev, if you like crazy shenanigans, because we have some silly redeems here as well. Not least the light curtain you saw that said raid when you came in. We can also look. We can have random things on there as well. Look, lifting weights. Whoa. That's how strong Jern felt when he launched Rise of Piracy. Yeah, beast mode. Tell you what. Don't worry about getting to the stream so long as you're live when I finish. Oh no, no. Sorry, Jern. That's not how it works, my friend. You know that. All right. We like to spread the love. We like to reach out our virtual arms and hug as many people as possible that are in the community. So while it's nice that you do raid me, and I love the raids, especially during these purple times where lurking is love, I'm also going to be supportive of your stream because, do you know what? Friendship is not a one-way street. Wait, did I just come up with a new merch tagline? Anyway, oops, what? Why are you talking about poops, Balint? Tom, how you doing? Tom is one of our newest community members. I met Tom through Science Streams, I believe. I think Balint Stream was the first time that I saw Tom. And then Tom decided to come over here, which is nice. I do like new friendos. I long yearn for Jern. It's okay, Hugin. I know you're already following Jern. I know you are a long-time follower, so you're already a Jern convert, so to speak. So, yeah. And look, Cutie Kitty got dragged in. Came over with the raid as well. Secret project on April the 1st. I know. I was saying this earlier. I was talking to Mrs. Gamey, and I was saying, do you know what? If you're going to launch a new product, if you're going to do something new, April the 1st is not really the day to do it, is it? Because people probably won't believe you. Yeah. We saw earlier the Elgato April Fool's Day joke, their new Stream Deck with a lever on the side so you can use it as a one-arm bandit or a slot machine. Yeah. But no, it is in fact true. There is a secret project today. We're starting on a new game. Appreciate you stopping in. Super cool. Yes, your stream is super cool, Jamaico. If you're not already following Jamaico Jeffries as well as Jern, then go do the thing. You won't be disappointed. Great ROP stream the other day. Love your energy. See, Jamaico's already like that trajectory. I'm getting there. Trailers? I thought they lived on ships, not a trailer park. Well, now you're just spoiling one guy. Now you're spoiling the DLC pack, which is currently in secret development that Jern is working on, where you can in fact be a pirate and raid a trailer park. Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny whether that is an April Fool's joke, but I'm just saying. Yeah. Thanks for the spank, Balint, but I think you mean your stream there, because there is no spank here. There is a tickle, but there's no spank. All right, just saying. Pollinator conservation stream was great. Yes, and there is also another interview coming up today on Science Streams on Jen stream. on Balint's stream, there is an interview coming up today. And so we're likely going to raid later into Science Streams because fantastic Twitch ambassador stream where they not only do online science stuff and explain things to you in terms even I understand, but also they do outreach as well. So, you know, going out into the community and spreading the science love. They let you into other streams? I know, but you know, Lodoc is the spanking queen, and even though we don't have a spank command, she is quite fond of using tickle. So yeah, we do allow Lodoc to be around here. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you see any shenanigans, let me know. My cousin's son wanted to call me to show me his animal collection and tell me facts about them, and got excited. It was so cute. Aww. All right, so those people that came in on the raid, if you haven't seen the trailers, if you haven't seen the Steam store page, I would say if you've already seen this page and you've already got it wishlisted and you've already bought the game and you've already left a review, then on behalf of Jern, thank you very much. See, this is the kind of shenanigantery that Lodoc gets up to. Using all the points on all the redemptions. GG's, Lodoc. Jern's supposed to be off filling his face, but it sounds like he's being a mod on Jotson stream and shouting me out. So thank you, what I guess is Jern, for the shout out. But yes, if you haven't done all of those things, if you haven't done all those things, wishlisting is free. Yeah, look, if you scroll down on this page, wait, it won't let me click on wishlist because wait, where's the wishlist option gone? Is it because I've bought the game? Okay, that's different. If you haven't bought the game, you'll have a wishlist button here. Go ahead and click on it. And then there's a follow button as well that you can click on. Both of those things are free. Okay. Now, if you've already bought the game, thank you very much on behalf of Jern. And have you left a review yet? Because the reviews are very important at the moment. Leaving a review is also free. Okay. And while purchasing the game itself, look, less than $16, which is practically free. Okay. So once you go and support Jern and buy the game if you're able, then please play it for a little bit and then leave a lovely glowing review that it deserves. And yeah, Jern will appreciate that. All right, so while everybody's running off and buying the game, let's watch the trailer and see if we can persuade those people that are still on the fence, so to speak. I give love to the redemption that you spent so long making. Well, thank you, Lodoc. Yeah. I know Balint says sometimes, oh, you know, I spent so long creating this redemption and BitGame is the only one that uses it. So it is a little frustrating when you create these things and you spend weeks, if not months, affecting them, rounding off the rough edges, and then nobody uses it. So it's a little bit sad, but this gentleman is nothing like the person you've portrayed him as with your clip. See, one guy knows. One guy is like, do you know what? People have told me things about that BitGamey, but I think I'm probably going to drop by the stream and see if, in fact, you know, this is someone that sits there and goes pee pee poo poo, or, you know, licks doors, or whatever other things, you know, Balint has deep faked me in clips doing. That, you know, when people come over, they're like, hey, actually, you know what? You're not as bad as Balint says. So there's me sitting there thinking, oh, look at good old Balint, you know, marketing my stream, trying to get me some new followers and stuff. And really people are like, ooh, why would I want to watch that content? I like when BitGamey goes to the pawn shop. Play, man, play. Clay. It's Pawn. Okay, I know some people are like, you went where? You bought what? But yeah, I do like visiting pawn shops, and sometimes I go hardcore. Wait, what? But I do need to go and see if they have any desktop PCs, because this one is a bit of a potato, and I've pretty much upgraded it to within an inch of its life, and I think I've got as much out of it as I'm going to get out of it. Rise of Piracy, case in point. I had the game, I played the game. After 2 hours, my PC was like, I don't think we want you to stream this anymore. We're just going to crash OBS. So yeah, if I want to start playing more games on stream, which I do, then I need to beef up the hardware that I'm using. All right, so I'm going to put Rise of Piracy for less than $16. There we go, and there's the link, and we can pin it to the top of chat. All right, I'm going to pin it for a whole 1 minuten, as they say in France. All right, there we go. So if you want the link, if you want to take a look at it, if you just want to add it to your wish list and click on follow, which is free of charge, then please do so. And meanwhile, we're going to pause the music. So sorry, Gabri Mercy. We'll be right back with you. But let's do the thing. I don't want to blow your ears off. The music is definitely worth hearing. I just don't want it so loud it's distorting. Bit Gamey will lick the wall for a 10-pack. Dukesoft, you're not helping. Yeah, you're not really helping. Might as well buy it. It's worth it. Absolutely. Yeah. Early access. Look at all that stuff. And since the release, there's been so many hotfixes. That's the whole idea of early access, right? You say, well, here's the game. Say, here's the game you just bought. If you think there's anything that's not working quite right, if you find anything that's broken, let me know. Guess what? Bam. It'll be fixed in the next hotfix, probably. Jen is working tirelessly around the clock to perfect this, and it already looks pretty perfect to me. I mean, look at the UI, look at the characters, look at the ships. It's all just so polished. There will be no licking of walls today, okay? I think for me at least, the Rise of Piracy trailers have so much going on that, you could watch them dozens of times and still there'd be new stuff to see. Fantastic stuff. All right, so you know what to do. Do the thing. If you're not already following Jern, go drop him a follow. And buy the game if you're able. If you've already bought it and you've played it, please go and leave a review, because that means a lot. Okay? All right? So thank you on behalf of Jern for everything you're doing to support my besto friendo. Alrighty. Okay, Gabri, you can start singing again now. Alright, so this secret project, this new game, we're going to fire up Unity. We're going to use... Oh my goodness! We were talking about you earlier! I have to put that in chat because it's the law. There is Kilted's Walk On Curtain Alert. Here we go. Beautiful. How are you doing, Kilted? Welcome on in. Oh man, Crazy Taxi. That was a blast. The choice of an Offspring song was appreciated too. Exactly, yes. Yes, wasn't that a perfect match? A match made in video game heaven. Crazy Taxi, one of the most popular arcade games ever. And then an Offspring song as well, which I'm sure we're going to hear when we watch this. Hope it was all good, or at least good lies. So what we were saying, we were talking about deep-fried Mars bars and deep-fried Snickers bars, and I said, I think they're like mostly, if not solely, in Scotland. And I said, if we had Kilted here, Kilted would be able to tell us and educate us. We were looking at the British Isles store in Houston online earlier, and, you know, the $40 Easter eggs. And they had Mars Easter eggs and stuff. And Sparky Pugwash said, oh, I do love... or it said deep fried Mars bars is a weird. And yeah, it turned into a whole thing. In fact, no, it wasn't Sparky, was it? I don't think we've seen Sparky today. It was Susie Q of Duo Beats was saying about them, I believe. I don't know. It's been a long day already, and it's not even noon yet. Yes, it is. See, 4 minutes past noon. Okay, so I hope you're having a good April Fool's Day, Kilted. Happy Hump Day! Hump Day and April Fool's. Now, when I was growing up, I always used to say, oh, April Fool's Day is only until noon, because then if anybody does anything after lunchtime, then the joke's on them and they're the fool. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but I credited to somewhere northeast of Scotland. Some psychopath thought it'd be a fun thing to do, I guess. I mean, I guess the fact they're still doing it means that people are enjoying them. Never actually indulged myself. Yeah. I mean, I imagine, I don't know how popular they are these days with everybody, or a lot of people trying to be healthy and not have deep fried stuff, but, you know, you still have fish and chips, right? The fish is deep fried, so I think people just buy them ironically. You could be right, yeah. Never been inclined to try one. I think you should set that as a mission, Tilted. Yeah. I mean, you know, we might have to do another couple of hours on the treadmill afterwards, but hey, it allegedly would be worth it, right? All right, so who remembers Crazy Taxi? Put a 1 in chat if you remember Crazy Taxi. I'm going to put a 1 in chat because I have fond memories. Not only was it in the arcade, but it was also released on consoles. They had console versions as well. Yeah. Did you know? Did you have it on any consoles? Was it on? I feel like it was on the GameCube, or was that just the Simpsons ones? PS1, GameCube, maybe PS2. Yeah. So the Simpsons, I guess, paid a whole lot of money to Sega and said, "Hey, can we create a spin-off version of Crazy Taxi?" And
confirm or deny.
Yeah, there was one based around the Simpsons characters. GameCube for sure, can confirm. Yeah. Did you hear the story of how BitGamey visited the pawn shop? Clayman. Anyway, Vino is going to have to stop singing for a moment, because the one for me right now is Crazy Taxi. So let's have a watch. We're not going to watch the whole 15 minutes. We might scrub some of it. But also, I'm going to use it for taking notes to go in the game. We're going to be creating, which is potentially a mashup of Crazy Taxi and APB and Chase HQ. All right? So we'll look at Crazy Taxi first. Crazy Taxi. Here we go. Offspring.
I'm listening.
New law to learn? No, it's just Clay making fun of me saying the word porn because he's thinking it sounds like PORN instead of PAWN. That's all the law is. Simpsons Hit and Run was pretty fun and had a great story. Yeah, I enjoyed playing that one as well. I mean, even when you're not playing it, this is like a demo of it. This is very well put together. And for those unfamiliar, you're the taxi driver. As you pick up rides, is that the right term? As you pick up customers and drop them off, you make money. Crazy taxi. See, got tutorial as well. Tells you what to do. So I think what I'm going to do as part of this game, and I have no title yet, not even a working title. We're going to need to have some kind of title when we open up Unity and start creating the game. Will we get to that stage today? I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
A big thanks to our continuing subscriber Bardaki.
What? I love Offspring. Excellent. Bardaki, I went to the pawn shop yesterday to raise some funds to pay some bills. They gave me $4,500 and never even took the gun. How you doing, Bardy? Welcome on in. Good to see you. And we all know Bardaki, right? Yeah, the solo dev of the RTS called The Unwanted War. Yeah. There's the link in chat. Here's a clip of the handsome devil himself.
Over a meter long. Do you even understand the size requirements?
Sorry?
Do you even understand the size requirements like Bardi does when it's a meter long? Yeah? Yeah, just saying. Thank you for that resub. That's almost 48 months. Some might say that's almost 4 years, Bardi. That is insane. That's an insane level of support. So thank you so much. Aside from being paid off at work, firing my co-worker Dev, doing all right. Wait, so your colleague got fired, but now that means you have to do more work, so you're mad at the people that fired them? Or have I misunderstood that? Over a meter. See? 1 meter with a little plus. 1 meter plus. Oh, it's worse, but kind of, yeah. Oh, man. Well, I hate that the workload, your workload has possibly, potentially, allegedly increased, buddy. I'm curious why, and you probably can't get into it, but why they got fired. Are they stealing snacks like Lodoc, or was there more to it? Oh, I have a big load. Bardi has a big load. You heard it here first. Yeah. Workload, sorry. Yeah. Well, I hope it all works out. I hope they take somebody else on in short order to help you out, because you don't want to have to do more work for the same amount of money, potentially more hours. That's not good. No. Sorry about that. Oh, I hope I soon find a new job, because fake that. Oh, so that's actually pushed you to looking for something else yourself? Well, good luck, because I'm not sure in your neck of the woods, but I know the job market is definitely not great for a lot of areas right now. I know Clayman was looking for something for a long time. I know Captain Krabs. I don't think we did a shout out for Clay, did we? Captain Krabs is still looking, has been looking for a while. So. Ah, look, it's Clayman's favourite clip.
Nice ocean waves.
Lovely ocean waves. Lovely sound of crashing of the ocean. Come on, clip machine, don't balk. Really? Come on. We didn't even get to see it, Clayman. We didn't get to see the full extent of the clip and your joy at the end of it. Oh well. The cotton wool comfort bubbles are amazing, but only for a short while. Go, Badaki, leave the nest, spread your wings. Yes, wings, you can do the thing. I mean, I'm not sure that's the thing that Kilted was implying, buddy. Is that Teams notification coming from you? Teams notification? Or am I tripping? Teams? What Teams notification? Am I missing something? No, you are tripping. Teams notification. I don't know. Your phone notification? Clay is just haunted. Or maybe he just has a haunted phone, possibly, that's throwing random clips up there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch a bit more of this. Now, the reason I wanted to do a mashup with the Crazy Taxi part was, in Crazy Taxi, it says, this person needs a ride. And then you have to go and find them first, if I remember it correctly, and pick them up and then take them to their destination. I don't think, do we want it like that? Do we want a whole city that you can drive around? I mean, was it just one city in Crazy Taxi, or were there different cities? If you do Crazy Taxi city map, is that something we can...
Stay a while and listen.
Interesting. So there are actual maps for it. Matrix is glitching again. More food time. Face hole needs stuffing. All right, buddy. Thanks again for the resub. Much appreciated. And lurking is love, as it says somewhere at the top of the screen, possibly. One city that went into a beach area. Yeah, so... there are... because we're still in the infancy of the game, today's kind of brainstorming. Do we want the most of the focus to go on the Crazy Taxi part of the mashup rather than APB or Chase HQ? I mean, all I wanted really, the main part of Chase HQ is I wanted you to be able to, as the taxi, bump into, say, the ambulance if it's somebody trying to get to the hospital, and then you control transfers to the ambulance, and then you drive the ambulance. So in my head, what I was thinking was more Chase HQ, where it's just a straight road heading into the distance. And then if it's, say, for example, the one where you need to be the ambulance, then eventually...
Thank you so much, Bardaki, for gifting a subscription to Kilted Ninja.
Aw, buddy, thank you for the gifty. Kilted Ninja came in just expecting to talk about deep-fried Mars bars and ends up with a gifty. So that Kilted can get access to the channel as well. Oh, you mean the super secret Twitch subs only channel on my Discord server? Yeah, okay. All right, well... there's the Discord server. If you got gifted a sub...
Thank you so much, Clayman_dev, for gifting a subscription to Pawn Shop.
Oh my goodness, Clayman. Clayman. Do we think that's going to be a hardcore subscriber? Do we think Pawn Shop's going to come in and increase that to a tier 3 after their tier 1 expires? That would be something, wouldn't it? The interrupted song keeps getting paused. I mean, there you go. Kind of ironic, right, Kilted? Thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub to Pawn Shop. I think Clayman just likes me hearing... Switch these words around. Likes hearing me saying the phrase. BitGamey is a hardcore Pawn Shop visitor. I mean, spelled that way, yes. I absolutely am. And I might even go today. see what they've got, possibly, potentially. But yes, thank you again. As I was about to say before I got interrupted by porn, is there is a Twitch only subs channel, Twitch subs only even, on my Discord server, where you can chit chat with other subscribers. You can ask me questions. I'll tell you things that are going on with the stream, things that are happening. So yeah, get yourselves on over there. It's called Twitch subs only. You'll automatically have the role if you are a subscriber on this channel, on this platform. So yeah, head on over there and see what's going on. All right, so yeah, what I was saying was the one element that I wanted to include from Chase HQ was the touching of vehicles. And in Chase HQ, you have to bang, the police car has to bang or crash into the criminal's vehicle so many times to finish the level. Whereas what I'm thinking is, whichever car you're in, which is going to be a taxi if we're taking that theme, the taxi would then bang into an ambulance, and then you'd be controlling the ambulance, and automatically the person that was in the back of the taxi would then transfer to being in the back of the ambulance, and then the ambulance would be able to go faster and get to the hospital in time. So there would be set levels. Just this is very, very early in its infancy, and I want to try and get down some of the details today so that tomorrow we know what's happening. Bruce, welcome on in. So I've got a notepad file open here. We have Crazy Taxi, we have APB, and we're going to have Chase HQ. And each thing I want to pull or implement from each of these titles, I'm going to put under their respective game titles. So from Crazy Taxi, we want different fares, okay? Now, whether we're going to have it so that you drive around a map, like we have here for the Crazy Taxi maps, is undecided, or whether the level will just start and the person will be automatically in the back of the taxi, I'm not sure, because I'm also not sure. This is the asset that we're using, right? I don't know if it has things like opening doors. I don't know if it has independently steering wheels. It might not, because if we look at the details here, they might just be a single mesh. And for that reason, that might play into certain aspects of the game. Like, you know, if we have a taxi go and pick up a fare, we can't have the door open and then they get in. And in Crazy Taxi, it's a convertible car, so they just jump in pretty much to the back of the car. So it would have to be one of those magic GTA moments where the person's next to the car, the taxi pulls up, and then they automatically disappear into the car. Is this a new game or more scope for the Escape Ball one? It's actually a new short-term project, Kilted. I do go into more details in the Twitch subs only chat on Discord. Yeah, so it's going to be a short-term project. Think of it like a type of game jam type environment. This is going to be a relatively short-term project that I'm throwing together that I'm going to put probably on itch in the first part. Yeah, but it's going to be ridiculously cheap, but it's going to be immensely fun. So who did that shout? Shout for Airy. Is that the shout? So what I have is I have something called auto shoutouts, and it automatically shouts out a certain streamer list. So I have a list of, I think it's like a dozen streamers at the moment. And then what it'll do every 20 minutes, so you're getting a look behind the curtain now. Every 20 minutes, it will look at the list. It'll pull a random name from the list. And if that person is streaming, it'll do a shout out for them. If they're not streaming, it'll find somebody else on the list until it finds a streamer that is live, and then it'll do a shout out for them. What it won't do, or what it shouldn't do, is any doubling up. So if you see a shout out like for Tim Burdett, if you see a shout out for Airy, you should only see them being shouted once per stream, so it doesn't start spamming people's channels. If it doesn't have license for at least one Offspring song, I may be
Stay
out
a while
already.
and listen.
Thank you for the alert, Cutie Kitty. Much appreciated. And you see, Cutie Kitty even has a purple name in chat to support the purple boosh. Yeah. Yeah, do you know, I was thinking about that one guy. I was thinking about that the other day. What would it cost? And I think people don't look into it because they just think it would be prohibitively expensive. What would it cost to either go to somebody famous or relatively famous and have them do an actual voiceover for something? What would it cost to go to an artist like Offspring that I don't believe are actually making music anymore and say, okay, what would it cost me to license this song for this game? I'm really curious what the cost would be. Of course, alternatively, I could just go to, somebody that already has a lot of songs on Spotify, like Kilted Ninja, and I could speak to Kilted Ninja about what he would charge to create a tune for a game. It's probably kind of brutal, I think. Yeah, I guess if it wasn't brutal, more people would do it, right? I mean, it was very kind of Morgan Freeman to record the viewer discretion message at the start of my streams. And if anybody didn't hear when you actually came in on the raid, I did have my besto friendo Marshall Mathers record this for me.
Hi, my name is. My name is.
Bit gamey.
It was very nice of him to do that for me. But I think, anything beyond that might be prohibitively expensive. I'd need to learn how to spell commission reliably, though. I mean, I may or may not be able to help with that. I don't know. Since I moved here and everything's spelled differently anyway, I'm probably not the best person to ask either. So, oh, music commission. I'm up for that, sir. You see, somebody told me once, granted it was in a pub, a bit of a rundown pub, but they told me that Kilted was up for anything. So I may have misunderstood what they meant. But if we're talking about commissions, then possibly, potentially. I mean, who knows? Who knows what collabs are going to come up in the future? No, you didn't misunderstand. Oh, okay, all right. Kilted is up for anything on many levels. Commission, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's how you should spell it. Could get away with shorting it to comms. See? Plush knows what it's about. Listen to Plush. Why, everything's shortened these days, right? If it's not a shorter version of a word, then it could be like an acronym. Just have certain letters. Yeah. How you doing, Plush? Are you having a good hump day? April Fool's Day? April the 1st. What happened to the rest of the year? Everything's shortened these days. I mean, yeah, you can probably get pills for that. I can neither confirm nor deny whether I, in fact, have said pills or know about those pills. I don't know. All I'm going to say is when I got my COVID shot back in the height of COVID days, the shot that I got was from Pfizer, who I believe might make certain pills. Coincidence? Hey, times is hard right now. Kilted Ninja is in danger of losing his kilt even and will just be a ninja. Proven fact that Ninja not wearing a kilt is 18.54% less cool. I mean, Kilted does come in with some watch streaks sometimes, so there is nudity. I don't know if he actually literally removes the kilt. I thought it was probably best not to ask, but I'll put that on a business card. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, we may or may not be able to do the whole crazy taxi thing where you pull up to a fair and then they get in the car, because I don't think these doors open.
Stay a while and listen.
I don't think these wheels turn either. Got to lurk for a bit? Thanks, Kilted. Appreciate it. So let's do this. Let's fire up. Let's fire up Unity, and let's open a project, and let's load in this asset. And then what we can do. So we want a 3D universal render pipeline. So universal 3D syrup. There we go. All right. And now, what are we going to call it? My project. We're not going to call it my project. We kind of need a working title. I guess as a working title, we could kind of mash everything that we have already. So Chase APB Taxi. How about that? That incorporates the 3 games that possibly, potentially, we might be incorporating. Create project. Mild-mannered cabbie. I mean, he might not be mild-mannered. I don't know. Especially if he's going to be racing through traffic trying to get pregnant women to the hospital. I probably wouldn't be mild-mannered in that point. I would love to see that ninja in a kilt. I think you need to go to his Only Kilts page for that, Lucasoft. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. All right, so we have working title, Chase APB Taxi, which makes no sense, but it does include the 3 games that we might be mashing together. All we need to do now is we need to wait for Unity to open up. Only Kilt, but better. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, you see? Journey's going to TwitchCon. Kilted Ninja is going to TwitchCon. Rumour has it, HarryOCat also going to TwitchCon. Yeah. And I did hear that possibly, potentially, there might be up to, if not more, than 8 people in the community going to TwitchCon. Yep. And I think when you buy a TwitchCon ticket, you get a little badge that you can put next to your name, right? Allegedly. All right. So, do you actually pick your driver? I don't remember that part of the game. Pick a car and driver. Well, that's not going to happen in this game because we only have one taxi model. We just have this little fella here. So, while we do have other vehicles, I'm going to be using those more for vehicles that you can switch to. Yeah, so what I need to do is come up with scenarios of fares and maybe using crazy taxi fares could be inspiring. So like we have the possibly pregnant lady where the taxi will bash into the ambulance and then you'll drive the ambulance. We need to think of other scenarios where you would need to bash into something else. Maybe someone's trying to get to the airport. Before their plane takes off. And so the yellow, clunky, slow old taxi needs to bash into the red sports car, and then the sports car can take off at a rate of knots, even outrunning police cars to get somebody to the airport. Possibly. Then we need to think why there would be a blue truck, why there would be a black sedan, why there would be a police car. So we've got a few scenarios to come up with, a few things to look into. And I think once we get the game down, once we get the basic mechanic working, then we can flesh it out with the story and why you'll be changing to those vehicles.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
I mean, I probably do need a coffee, but not right this very minute. No way HarryOCat leaves that balcony or lady of his. Well, I mean, the balcony may or may not be removable. The lady may or may not be accompanying him. So, you know, until we see HarryOCat, we might not get the full story. Seems like I need more coffee. There's a manned rocket launch just after midnight, my local time. Would that be anything to do with Artemis, Dukesoft? Because you know who was talking about Artemis last night on their stream. It was, in fact, former NASA scientist. Yeah. Worked for 10 years at the Jet Propulsion Lab at NASA. That would be Nerdwino. Yeah. Yeah. And here he is.
What do you think?
What do you think? Was that like the shortest clip ever? Possibly. Yeah, if you love spacey things, go drop Nerdwino a follow. Like some adrenaline-fueled cab ride. 2 taxi companies, one being the player on a path to the airport, like you mentioned, while the ride finishes with the cab fare. I mean, that could also possibly play into it, where, you know, you're warring taxi drivers trying to get the fares. I just don't know. I don't know how that would play into the current mechanic where, you know, you start off as the yellow cab and then you have a fare in the back and then you bash into the ambulance and then the ambulance is trying to get to the hospital. What then happens with the second yellow cab? Does the yellow cab have to try and bash into the ambulance to get the fare back? It's possible. Yep, Artemis. Okay. Launch in 4 hours, 51 minutes. Definitely watching it. Just sit there because I'm so excited. Yeah. So my understanding is, I believe Nerdwino is covering it today, and I believe he might be covering it today with Astro Canuck. And I think Astro Canuck might even be live right now. Because I remember something about Nerdwino saying, oh, Astro Canuck's going to have been live 8 hours when we finally get collabing. So Astro might already be live. There he is. He is in fact live. Well, he's already gearing up. So I believe Astro Canuck and Nerdwino might be teaming up today. Possibly. Potentially. There's some chat in Jones mod room, by the way, in case you might find it relevant. All right, well, thanks for the heads up, Kilted. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Oh, come on, Potato PC. Well, my PC does not. All right. My Discord app has locked up on my PC. So now I've got to go with plan B, which is in fact looking up on my phone. So here we go. Just talk about amongst yourselves momentarily. Do 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 do. All right. Okay. All right, there's a lot of chat to catch up on, but I get the general gist. Thank you, Kilted. What even is relevant in the first place? Relevant to... Oh, okay. Hang on. I'm missing some chat. I'm sure some of it is relevant. Okay. What even is relevant in the first place? Who's to say, buddy? Who's to say? I do feel a bit like I'm making a Queen video today. What was the Queen video where they had all the heads in the darkness? I do really, as a matter of urgency, need to get some light to shine on the walls over here. I need an uplighter. I keep looking. when I do my thrifting, I'm always looking for a reasonably priced uplighter, but I've yet to find one. Jern has a mod room. I have a mood room. Bohemian Rhapsody. Thank you, Kilted. I was struggling to remember which one it was. You know, I did try and create a redemption once for Bohemian Rhapsody. I don't think it went that well, but it was dark like this, and it had me as all four heads, and there was singing, and it was a whole thing. I was chuckling while I was making it, and then I deleted it. You're relevant. Am I? I thought I was. Yeah, you got to be high relevant. I'm Bardaki. Oh, speaking of redemptions, don't squash my Bohemian Rhapsody head.
Or you can squash my Bohemian Rhapsody head. And I'm going to now be a bit squishier. Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
Things are a bit janked today. That was a bit slow. That flower coming up was a bit slow, wasn't it? All right, Unity finally opened. Show Unity. But on a more important redemption topic, can I request a shut off redemptions for 5 minutes? I mean, I did used to have that, didn't I? I had a focus mode that could be selected, and it made some people happy, and it upset other people. And what's that saying? You can't please all the people all the time. But yes, maybe it'll make a comeback, Paddy. And I think 5 minutes is probably not even worth doing, because by the time I realise somebody's done it, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, time to focus. How much can I actually achieve even with 100% focus in 5 minutes? Probably not a huge amount. Due to that topic, to focus might be good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we have a Canadian supermodel in chat, and I don't mean Astro Canuck. We just did pull up Astro's chat, and I did see a Canadian supermodel in there. And look, lo and in fact, behold, we have a Yogurt Garrel in our chat.
Big hug. Big hug.
I see you sending folks to check out Astro. I'm lurking in both. I hope you're having a good day, Yogurt. I hope you haven't been pranked too hard for April Fool's Day, especially with it being a hump day as well. You know, it's kind of double bubble. But I'm doing all right today. Yeah, I've got the new game Project Excitement. So we're just about to take a look at... That was weird. It opened Unity, but it switched to Unity, but it left the browser window open. Yeah, we're working on a new game today. It's a mashup of Crazy Taxi, APB, and Chase HQ. I don't know how many of those games that people are familiar with, but yeah, we're working on a new game today, and we're hopefully going to turn it around in fairly short order. At the same time as turning it around, I'm going to create a document that I can follow in future for future games. So it's going to be slightly slower progress than a regular Game Jam game, but I'm going to see how it goes. And he didn't have to go on the underground, so it's a great day. Berlin does love the fact that he got to clip me actually saying what Agathor 86, is that the numbers on the end? When Agathor came in and said something in chat, and I read it out, and it made it sound like I was the one that actually said about being a certain less fragrant smelling person on the public underground system with people that were not so wealthy, allegedly. Your head floating in the black background reminds me of the Bohemian Rhapsody music video. We just need more heads. Oh my goodness. What are the chances of that happening? We should totally make that happen. About the underground. It made you sound British. Did it make me sound British? I don't think I pronounce it British. I put my T's in where they need to be, but I take public transport and I don't smell. I'm going to fight Agathor. You see, I don't want anybody fighting anybody, but you know, if your anger needs directing anywhere, and to be fair, Agathor did say almost immediately after saying that, of course, I'm being sarcastic. I have no context for video game developing. What's a short turnaround for a video game? Well, you see, it's all relative, I guess. One guy, because if you do a game jam, some game jams are 24 hours. Some people have to turn around a project, create a brand new game from scratch and submit it and do everything in 24 hours, which is crazy. All right, I've done 24-hour jams before. I've done 48-hour jams. I don't enjoy them anymore just because I can never really tell what my free time's going to be. So, yeah, it is a bit nuts. So usually I don't do a game jam now if it's any less than 2 weeks. Not because it's going to take me 2 weeks to create it, but that's going to give me enough of my free time to be able to dedicate to it. Now, if I didn't have any IRL stuff going on and I could just dedicate like a whole day to creating a game, then obviously, you know, the more hours a day you can throw at it, the less days it'll take. But I'm hoping maybe a couple of weeks will turn this around. This is day one, so we'll see where we're at in a couple of weeks. But because it's not an actual game jam, I'm not tied to a specific deadline. But I will say that I'm hoping in a couple of weeks we're at least pretty close to being at the polishing stage, at the stage where we can maybe switch out some assets for other assets, and we're pretty much ready to rumble and get it published. But we shall see. As any game devs in here will tell you, planning to do something, what is it they say? The last 20% of a project takes 80% of the time. Something like that, the Pareto principle. So yeah, it's not an exact science, but short turnaround is not 5 years like Jern spent on Rise of Piracy. And, you know, the game is not going to be as involved. It's not going to be an RTS. It's not going to have lots of moving parts like Rise of Piracy or The Unwanted War. So, have you seen the If Eminem... I have not seen that video, Clayman, no. Not those nuts, these nuts. That's right, that's nuts. Game jam, again, new guy. Okay, so a game jam. Game jams happen quite often. And the short version of what a game jam is you have a set amount of time to create a game with a certain set of rules and that apply to a certain theme. So if we look at my itch page, right there, show browser. My voice command is just not working today. Show browser. Okay, so on my itch page, most of these games on here are for game jams. Okay, so this one here, Flutterblocks. This was the last Jern jam that Irish John Games created. Mr. Brain, welcome on in. How you doing? Happy hump day. All right, so how does that work? How does Mr. Brain redeem it and it shows my... Hang on. I think I know what happened there. All right, so when I was testing this one, I actually had it put BitGamey in. So what we're going to do is I'm going to change the variable, and then I am going to run it again. And this time, Mr. Brain, there we go. And then I'm going to comment out the setting of the variable for testing. Now it should work in future when other people use it. Apologies for that, Mr. Brain. I do apologise. And also, I haven't put an underscore in the character set yet. Those images I bought from Etsy, they don't come with an underscore as part of the images, so I have to manually create one. Still need to find an underscore character. Yeah, so if you use any of the others. Do they have a dash? No. No dash that I could like bring down. What I had to do for the other ones, I think the Christmas one and definitely the normal Steampunk Yourself, the standard one, I actually took, I think it was the number 2, and then kind of edited it and took the top off of the 2, so it's just the line at the bottom. I think that's what I did for the main one, but I just need to make sure I do that for the others as well. So let me add that to my to-do list. Add underscore Alaviva. Add underscore to Easter Steampunk Redemption.
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
You took a number 2? Exactly, Kilted. Seems no worries for the rest of your days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, so it's not that difficult to do. It's just I need to spend 5 minutes taking time to do it. Because like I say, they don't have a dash. It does try and show a dash, but because there's no dash, it says, oh, I'm just going to leave it blank. So at the moment, dashes become spaces. But I just need to manually go in and grab a character that has a line at the bottom and then just lop off the top of it and then save it as a dash. Or lowercase. It is just an uppercase character set. And it's not actually a font for people thinking, oh, it's just a font. It's not a font. Each one of those is, in fact, an image. It's a PNG file. And so that's why I have to rescale it depending on how many characters are in it. So that's why somebody with more letters in their name, it shows it smaller, like Mr. Brain. But if you have something like Bit Gamey, it shows it bigger because it resizes the image files so that it does fill the whole screen. So if you have something like Bit Gamey, so that it can fill the whole screen, it increases the scale of the letters. Yeah. I mean, as a perpetual procrastinate tiny task that will only take 2 minutes, personally myself, I understand. Yeah, I mean, what I need to do is I need to go and find out where the images are stored, and then I need to load the image into my paint package.
Look at the size of that thing.
I mean, thank you, Dukasoft. I need to load it into a paint package. I need to lop off the top of it, and then I need to try and make it look like it's not just a number 2 that has the top lopped off. So yeah, it's maybe a little bit longer than 2 minutes, but it's on my to-do list now. So I'll see if I can make sure it happens by next stream. Because you know who also falls foul of that? Science Streams. Science_streams. You see, because there's an underscore in it. So yeah. In fact, that's somebody else who I think might be live already. Is Balint live? Did he go live? Is he doing the thing? I know he's starting early today. Not quite. I think maybe in 10 minutes or so. See, he already has his pinned message there. Well, that was sent at 11 o'clock this morning, my time. Yeah, so I think he's going to be starting soon. Anyway, back to the original question. Yeah, so that one guy, basically, anybody can decide to host.
That's what she said.
Anybody can decide to host a jam. And when you host a jam, you basically create a page like this. You have your logo at the top. You have your title, what you want the jam to be. And then most jams, not all of them, but most jams announce the theme that your game has to be created around when the jam starts. So, in short, if I wanted to host a game jam, the Bit Gamey game jam, I'd set up a page like this on Itch, and I'd say, this is the title of the jam. This is how long the jam's going to run for, 24 hours, a week, 2 weeks. Some of them run for months. Some of them run for years. I think there's like a decades game jam or something. You get like 10 years to create a game. Yeah. Anyway, And then you have your rules. Most rules for game jams are very similar. Don't start your game before the jam starts. Don't use a game that you've already got in progress, because that would qualify as being started before the jam. Most jams now say no AI content. Absolutely no AI generated content.
Bit gamey. Kilted says, my blurb is showing.
Thank you so much, Mad Chirpy, for the raid.
Hi, my name is. My name is. My name is.
Bit gamey.
Oh my goodness.
Name who it is, but
Is it really the Shroud of Gloom? Dev himself, Mad Chirpy. That's not Shroud of Gloom, by the way. That's another game that's being created by, I believe, Hillfort Games, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the title of it, but that's the developer who's creating that game there. Mad Chirpy, how you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. That is much appreciated. I was just running over what game jams are for people that are unfamiliar. But it's not about me. This is about Mad Chirpy and all the lovely raiders that just came in. Shroud of Gloom. How's it going, Mad Chirpy? Is that what you were working on today? 10 years, I know. Ichnisero? I probably butchered that, I hope not. Yeah, some game jams, 10 years long. Crazy. Ankles, how you doing? Welcome on in. Let's see. What was happening today? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing better now you're here, Mad Chirpy. I appreciate that I have mostly lurked in your stream and not engaged, and I'll try and correct that. But now I'm streaming Monday to Friday. It does make it a challenge getting into other people's streams. But if you haven't seen Shroud of Gloom, you're in for a real treat. And I feel like we have a command. There we go. Mad Chirpy command. Just saying. All right, so as well as dropping them a follow, if you like game dev streams, get on over to the Steam store, click this link in chat, and it'll open up. It'll open up this little box for you. Why have we still got a blurp ghost on there, Dukasoft? I don't know quite what's going on with that. But we're going to pause it. I mean, look at this art style. I love this. This reminds me of what's that game, The Legend of Something, that the Papers, Please guy came out with that had a unique art style. I do like unique art styles, but we're going to pause the music for a moment because. Thank you. Yes, Return of the Obra Dinn. Thank you, Mad Chirpy. Yeah, Lucas Pope, is it? Is that his name? I feel like that's his name. The Papers, Please guy then went and created a crazy game called Return of the Obra Dinn. And I've never played it myself. I've watched people play it, and I've heard some really good things about it. And what people really love is the unique art style. And this also has a unique art style. So, yeah. All right. So, indeed, it's going really good. Started playtesting the full game, just trying to polish stuff up as much as possible right now. Very, very nice. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think how I first found out about Mad Chirpy. I feel like I might have been raided in with Jern or something, possibly. But yeah, when I saw this game, it was an insta follow for me. So go do the thing, make it an insta follow for you too. Yeah, that also has like 1-bit pixel graphics. I played it recently, really good. Oh, you did play it? Oh, nice. Okay, so for those unfamiliar with this game, I'm going to watch the trailer. Buckle up. Oh, good. I'm so excited for this to release. And an excellent trailer to boot. I mean, look. This is my kind of thing. This is my jam. This is, speaking of game jams, this is my jam. This is my cup of tea. Look, already on my wish list, and I'm already following. All right, so go do the thing. All right. So the demo. How long has the demo been on here? It's your cup tea. Yeah. How long's the demo been on here? And can I download the demo? Or are you about to put a new demo on there and I should wait? I need some guidance from the developer and publisher, Mad Chirpy. Generic cup? No, not generic cup. Bit putting his clicks where his mouth are when it comes to supporting. Exactly, yeah.
Really, the only word for it is...
I mean, last stream we tried to play the game from Dark Muppeteer. I bought it on the Steam store and I downloaded it and I tried to stream it and OBS crashed twice because I have a potato PC. So while I can play these games offline, can't necessarily stream them because my PC balks. Release it in October, but yeah, I'm pushing a pretty big update soon. All right, so in order to get an email when the new update goes live, go ahead and click on wishlist now, add it to your wish list. And if you missed the link earlier, I'm going to paste it in chat again. There we go. I'm going to pin it for Fumf Minuten, so you can in fact get it added to your wish list and follow it as well. And when the update goes live, I'm reluctant to play anything on stream until I get my PC updated or replaced because, you know, I had to restart OBS twice trying to play a game last stream, so it might not be the best thing to do. But yeah, maybe we can try. Maybe we'll give it a go and see if we can stream this when the new demo is out. Yeah, I'm actually very excited to play this. Yeah, it always... I forget the feels that I get when I see this game, and then like I'll watch Mad Chirpy streaming it and developing it, or you know, we get a lovely raid in from Mad Chirpy, and I get it. It reminds me again of the game, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, you could argue that the shirt I'm wearing today was in anticipation of a raid from Mad Chirpy, because if we take a look at my shirt, look, it's black and white, yeah. Not one bit pixel style, but I'm not procrastinating. I'm on a side quest. I mean, look, this could be a shirt advertising the game. Look, yeah, that's what I thought exactly. So, if you're not already doing the thing, please do the thing. I would appreciate it. And thanks again for the raid, Mad Chirpy. Very much appreciated. Ordinarily, let alone during these partner push times. So, if you showed up here as part of the raid, and you think you might want to come back at some point and see me working on a Unity game, then go ahead and drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. I'll probably get the music back on now, and we can probably get back to Unity. It's actually Super Secret Project Day. We're doing a mashup game. For those people... I do have to raid and run, but I'll be lurking. Thank you again, Mad Chirpy. Big props to you. Much appreciated, and I'm looking forward to your big update so we can get the demo, and I might even risk trying to play it on stream. See if it crashes my OBS. Hopefully it won't. But yeah, thanks again, and I'll hopefully catch up with you soon. So for people new to the channel...
Why do bananas have to put on sunscreen before they go to the beach? Because they might peel.
Thank you, Lodot. For people new to the stream, my name is Lee, aka BitGamey, and I work in the Unity game engine, as you can see here. And we're working on a new project today for a few weeks, and it's a mashup of Chase HQ and APB and Crazy Taxi. And you might be like, I know all of those games. How are they going to mash together? And we're going to work through it. We're going to figure it out. Yeah, we've been doing some brainstorming. I think I can probably still hear Crowd of Gloom in the background. Okay. Yeah, we're going to figure it out. It is, in fact, first day of trying to sort things out. And 3 minutes ago, we were joined by Entropic Universe. How are you doing, Entropic? Are you having a good day? It's April the 1st. Happy Hump Day! Is it a good one for you? Leadfoot Cabbie. See, that's an idea. That we could potentially call it that. But for now, the project is in fact called Chase APB Taxi. Not because it's a great title, or it's catchy, or anybody's going to remember it. It's because that's a reminder of the mashup of the 3 games that we're going to be putting in today. Yeah. So the first thing that we need to do, can hide the version control toolbar. We're not using Unity version control. Well, how's the day been? It's been doing pretty good, actually. Entropic, yeah. Got the.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you for that follow. We've got the new game vibe going on. We've got 3 classic arcade games we're going to try and mash into one game, and we're going to see actually how it goes. So the first thing we need to do is we need to hop on over to the package manager, and we need to remove things that we don't want. We don't want the package being bloated because there's stuff in here that we're not going to use. Things like the JetBrains Rider Editor. We can remove. We don't need it. Why would we have a project open with a whole bunch of flotsam and jetsam, as they say, in it when we don't need it? Yeah, so all these little check marks that you see down here mean they're in the project. If it has an up-pointing arrow, that means there's an upgrade for it. And TextMesh Pro is actually something we're going to use, so we will update that. Oh my goodness, super secret shark expert in the chat. How you doing, Sharky? Welcome in. Yeah, we're starting a new game today, which is going to be probably mostly completed within a couple of weeks. We're going to try and do a quick turnaround on this one. And then it's going to mash up APB, Crazy Taxi, and Chase HQ. If you're familiar with those 3 titles, we were actually watching some of Crazy Taxi. We actually have some other stuff, other videos lined up to watch as well. This package is not accessible anymore. Okay. Let's remove it then for now, and let's try adding it back in again. All right, so we're going to create a URP, Universal Render Pipeline project, which soon, some say, might be the only pipeline available to do projects in Unity. They're already deprecating the built-in render pipeline. Rumor has it that the high-definition render pipeline, HDRP, might also be on the way out. So I know the first 2. So basically everyone in Science Stream is here. I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But no, I wish I had Balint's numbers. But no, everybody in Science Stream, I think, is aware of my channel. But, you know, game dev's not for everybody. And, you know, why would they want to come and watch somebody that apparently calls people poor and says that I'm a stinky boy and talks about pee-pee and poo-poo and licks doors? I mean, I don't really think Balint is overselling it, really, is he? I just want to put that out there. APB was so much fun before the redesign, such a promising concept. Wait, they redesigned it? I didn't know there was a redesign. I remember the original arcade version, which I lost many an hour on. I didn't know about the redesign. Tell us more if you know more, Shark Geek. Yeah, so we have some videos lined up to watch. What I wanted to do was load in the new asset that I bought. And the new asset... Did we answer your question, that one guy? I feel like I probably did. So, in short, a game jam is where you're given a set period of time, which can range from 1 day to years, and a theme is announced when the game jam starts. You're given like a couple of weeks or a few weeks run up with a countdown timer where people can join the jam. And then once it starts, you start the game. You create the game based on the theme that they tell you it needs to be. And then there may or may not be voting and prizes at the end of it. So what I do sometimes, as is the case with this one, is I do a self-imposed jam where I'm the only person, I'm the only developer, and I just stick to game jam rules like, okay, it needs to be done within this certain time frame. This is what it's going to be about, that kind of thing. So arcade version. I think we're talking about two different games. Oh yeah, I'm talking about two completely different things. Oh, talking about the MMO. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And the game is meant to be ready for market or more or less a proof of concept? It does need to be a playable game, so it does need to be a readily playable game. Doesn't necessarily need to be polished enough to be a game that you could sell or release. But also, sometimes people that create jam games then go on to polish them more, to make them have more functionality, and then do actually put them on the Steam store or itch pages. All right, so the asset we bought for this exact purpose was Stylized Cars Pack Low Poly. So in the package manager, if we change the drop down from packages in project to my assets, and then we should be able to, once Unity finishes telling me to hold on, it fetches my assets, and then if I put in the search bar up here, Stylized Card Pack, it should show me the one I bought, which I believe is this. No, not American Sedans. Stylized Low Poly Cars Pack. No. Stylized Cars Pack Low Poly. Here we go. Purchase date yesterday. This is the one. So download. And also I do have other stylized packs, as you can see, with other stylized vehicles in. So once we have the basic idea down, once we have the mechanic working, we could potentially bring in other vehicles and flesh it out some more. But feature creep is real. As game devs will tell you, you can come up with an idea for a game, and this is why a lot of people have game design documents, GDDs, so that they can stay within scope. Otherwise, you start creating it and someone says, hey, you know what would be a cool idea though, if you put this in it? And then before you know it, you've added weeks, if not months, to the game being finished. So ideas are great. Having extra ideas outside of the basic scope is fantastic. But yeah, you might want to add them in at a later point. Looking for a bit as I have a meeting shortly. All right, that one guy. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And I hope your meeting is over shortly, because nobody likes meetings, right? Okay. So we have downloaded this pack. We now need to import the pack. And then we'll just wait a hot minute while Unity imports it. And now we remember Toyamon was the developer. They have a folder called Toyamon, and then Cartoon Cars, and then prefabs. And then these are the prefabs we have. And since we don't have anything additional as far as the other render pipelines, I'm guessing these might show in pink as far as the materials go. We drag one into the scene, go to scene tab, and we drag in, for example, the taxi, because that's the one we're using. Interesting. It's already converted. It already has the URP material. Nice. Okay. So this is the taxi, and I wasn't sure whether this model was a whole mesh. When you buy a vehicle, sometimes it's a whole mesh, which you can usually use for background props or simple games. Other times, it'll have multiple meshes, which mean you can do things like open the doors, open the hood or the bonnet. The wheels can turn when it goes around corners and things. This is not one of those. This looks like it's just one solid mesh. And as such, we won't have the flexibility to do things like opening doors and things. I mean, it's a nice model, but it is a single mesh. So that means if we do have crazy taxi functionality of being able to go and pick up somebody in the taxi, they would have to be standing at the curb or wherever they're standing waiting for the taxi. And then when the taxi pulls up, they'd have to be like either like a puff of smoke or something, or some kind of particle system. And then they would have to it would be assumed they were in the vehicle. And it can only hold one passenger. No back doors. Yeah, so, I mean, just because I bought this model or this pack doesn't mean we have to use this pack. This pack inspired me to create the game. It gave me the ideas for what I could use the pack for. But if we go back to the browser, and in the browser, if we go to My Assets and we search for stylized cars, you'll see that I do have multiple packs of other vehicles that we could possibly potentially bring in and use. I mean, we've got the Polycars pack. The thing I liked about this particular one is because it's stylized, it looks more cartoony, and it kind of lent itself more to the style of game that I'm going for. So not a 3D camera, semi-realistic game like Crazy Taxi, more kind of, I guess, towards the APB style. I mean, we have this Polycars pack here, but they're probably a bit more realistic than I had planned on. And I mean, there's nothing cast in stone. It's just that if I'm thinking of releasing it on multiple platforms, then, you don't want something too realistic like this for using on mobile. Got a fare pops up on screen with fun noise so the passenger can get in. Yeah, you see, I mean, maybe we could do that. We could just have like a sign that overlays the taxi so you don't see them getting in. Possibly, potentially. I see what you did there, Mr. Geek. I do see. Get a clip of the shark expert himself. Welcome in, or whatever greeting. Yes.
Let's say regular.
This clip machine, I'll tell you what. One day we'll have a stream, maybe Monday, where we focus on this and find out why it is in fact quite as slow as it is. Because if we go to the browser,
dragging a trawling net through
we go to the browser and we just like watch this clip, if we can find this clip of Shark Geek, it would play fine. So why? Why does it have to be janky? I don't know. Someday I'll have good clips. You already have good clips. I just don't have a good clip machine. That's the difference. All right. So, stylized tuned car. So we have these, but they're all the same kind of vehicle. What I liked about this pack was it was different kinds of vehicles, and that's what inspired the game itself. Say rally cars, that's great, but doesn't that really have different types of vehicles? Low Poly Cartoon City Mega Pack. Don't really have any vehicles in there. I don't know why that came up. Street cars, low poly police car, modular resort town. I don't even remember getting this asset. Maybe it came as part of a bundle, possibly. But what vehicles do we have? We've got a VW Bug. Scooter. Let's have a look. Well, it doesn't even actually, in the what you get, it doesn't even show you vehicles. Have a look, see what it lists. Transforming Enterprise is a perfect game with a low poly resort town pack. 10 buildings, palm trees and plants. It doesn't even mention vehicles, so why would it show vehicles in the scene? Have a look at package content. Prefabs. Vehicles. So it does have vehicles, just doesn't mention them in the description, which seems a little bit of an oversight. Car green, car red, ice cream car, motorbike, blue pizza yellow. Yeah, so not really enough of a list of vehicles there to be able to use. And then we've got the Toon Racing, of course, which has like monster trucks and stuff, but doesn't have emergency vehicles or taxis. Yeah, so I think we'll be okay with what we have. I like that it has all of the vehicles. I mean, if we go back to... Actually, I thought we were on page 2. If we go back to page 1 and we look at the Poly Perfect pack, the one that was more realistic, that does actually have things like ambulances in, police cars. I'm guessing there's probably... they've got a school bus, because I'm guessing there's probably a taxi in here somewhere. Or something we could make look like a taxi, possibly. The thing is with Poly Perfect, they're so great that you could probably jump on their Discord server and say, oh, I'm creating this game. I really would like a yellow taxi, but there's not one in there. And they'll just create it and add it to the pack because you've already bought it. This one on this vehicle transporter at the back looks like it could possibly potentially be one. Monster trucks, roads, cars pack. Yeah. So possibly, once we get the main mechanic working and everything, it's not rocket science to switch out the vehicles. So we might come back to this in the future. And that will come under the polish section. That's usually towards the end of the project, when you've got everything working and running fine and great, and we've got the taxi pulling up, potentially, and then somebody just disappearing into it. You know, part of the polish phase then might be, okay, well, let's have a taxi where the doors do open. Let's have the taxi pull up.
Why are oranges the smartest fruit? Because they are made to concentrate.
I get that. I see what happened there, Lodot. Yeah. Thank you for that chuckle. Yeah, so during the polish phase, you could have things like, okay, we're going to switch out the taxi now. We're going to put this vehicle in. This is a taxi that has doors that do open. We can have an animation on the person of them getting into the car, and then the slamming noise as the door closes, and then driving off. So that's towards the end of the project. All right, but for now, we'll stick with the asset that we have, which is this one, and we'll take it from there. So we hop back into Unity, and this is the one that we have. So loading it in was pretty much to tell me whether in fact we had a single mesh or multiple meshes, and single mesh confirmed. So while we can have this vehicle driving around and driving through traffic, also the wheels don't turn. Oh, look, lovely Lodoc in Steampunk Easter. Because the wheels don't turn, obviously, you know, normally if you had wheels on a car and you're moving it left and right, then the wheels would turn like this. But because we don't have turnable wheels on this model, it's just going to move like this, like it's sliding on ice. We can turn the actual vehicle itself, so the whole vehicle will move, but not the wheels. It worked this time. Huzzah! Wait. Oh, you mean it worked as in using the correct name? Yes. Yes, thank you for that test. All right. So now we've confirmed that, we can actually go back to the videos. What is this song? Okay. I'm going to go and grab another coffee because I need another coffee, and also a cold drink because I'm feeling a little dehydrated, a little sore, if you will. Hopefully you can stick around.
Thank you so much, Lodoch4, for donating bits.
Pity here, pity there, pity bitty everywhere. Thank you, Lodot. I appreciate the pity bitty. Every bit helps, right? Quite literally. So I'll leave you with my BRB scene for a couple of minutes. There are some hilarious clips, I've got to say. Probably most of them clipped by you guys. But I will be back in a couple of minutes. And then we'll take a look at more videos on the 3 games which we're mashing up to create this one. All right, BRB. Shark Geek, how you doing? %. It's getting there slowly, very slowly but surely.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Forgot that I put that in. Country roads, take me home to the place.
Really, the only word for it is...
Exactly. It's not the size that matters, but how you use it. It's what I've said several times. Of toasty. It does. It sounds just like that. But for me, it's kind of like...
You can do it! You can do it! You can do it!
So... Has you updated the PP? Yeah, I should have just left the PP alone. I shouldn't have messed with the PP. If I'd have listened to DM and not messed with the PP, I'd have been A-OK. But now I messed with the PP and now I'm having problems.
What in the world are we working on today? This doesn't look like Can You Beat Or Can You Beat You to Time Kenobi to Kano Bito.
Do you know, you've never probably seen... I mean, I have, but you've never probably seen Turgus and Berlin in the same room. It's because Turgus86 is actually Science Stream's alt account. So sometimes Berlin will come in here under either of the accounts to try and troll me about my games. So don't be fooled, okay? It says Rectum Destroyer, and I just get a fit of the giggles. So. Muted. Yeah, muted.
A few moments later.
I guess as long as I don't put it in my mouth, I'm probably fine. having you clipping me saying, my wiener, because I see what trap you're trying to get me to. Yeah. It's going to take more than your 2 bits to get me to put that in my mouth. All right, so just for Kilted. I'm not going to say that I would sooner eat a cricket than do that, but, you know, it's a pretty close call. Yeah. Anyway, didn't see what you licked. Do it again. No. Okay. All right. So you've had it now. So what does that mean?
That's a spicy meatball.
It doesn't actually mean it's a spicy meatball. You could be a pranker yourself. You could, in fact, go to quite elaborate measures to try and catch people out. I know sometimes some streamers partake and they try and fool people. I'm not one of those because I don't probably have the brain power or bandwidth or both to do that. So welcome. Wait, what? That sounds nasty, Dugasoft.
This is my pee-pee dance.
That didn't take long, did it?
Pee-pee dance.
Opening up with a pee-pee dance. I mean, I think dream come true now.
Once upon a time, Epic Gimme and his moose hat were inseparable. They went on wild adventures, causing chaos and hilarity wherever they went. The end.
See, that's not a story because it's true. We are inseparable. Everywhere we go when I'm not on stream, I'm wearing that moose hat. If you saw some of the pictures that I take, like when we're out shopping, just stop talking nonsense, Lee. It's ridiculous. Just stop. Okay, thank you. I didn't actually get a coffee. If anybody's interested, because I've had my quota today allegedly. So I have my nice big streamer supporting stickers up. All right, now I'm refreshed. Here we go. Alrighty, so let's get this party started. We had a quick look, and we're going to take ideas from the videos. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we have a bit sketchy redemption. We will continue with the crazy taxi video momentarily after I have fulfilled the redemption. That is Lodoc stealing snacks. Now, I will say, please bear in mind, I have never actually seen Lodoc, and now I have to draw a picture of Lodoc, all right? So it's going to be my stick person at best, all right? Now, in order to see these, we do have to do the switcheroony and switch across to the Lego scene. We're not actually building Lego. One day, maybe soon, I'll have a separate scene where I can just show stuff close up, like Tubby Crumbles suggested some time ago, where it doesn't actually have to be the Lego scene. Lodoc has curly hair. Okay, that's good information. Because, you know, when you do curly hair on an Etch-a-Sketch, you do this. Yeah, as we saw before. So, buckle up. We're going to head on over to the top-down camera view momentarily.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome when we're living our dream.
So this is the camcorder from the Lego 3-in-1 creator set that we created a few streams ago. All right, completely finished now. I need to take a picture of it, and then I need to post it in Stream News on Discord. And yeah, then we need to do some of the other stuff. You can actually do 3 sets. You can do a tiny TV, and then the 35mm camera, which is the one I'm going to leave assembled once I finish that. But for now, we're going to do Lodoc with curly hair stealing snacks. All right. So I need to get the pointer where I need it to be, which is probably about there. I'll give it a shake. All right. And as a reminder, this redemption came about because Tatum44 has a full-size Etch-a-Sketch and does some fantastic masterpieces on his stream. I just want to show you it's not actually as easy as he makes it look. Yeah, otherwise mine would turn out better, right? So let's click this magic button here. That's gonna zoom down. Let's get the mic out of the way. And we need some more light up in here, possibly. There we go. All right. So we're gonna have a sketch that's a bit sketchy of Lodoc stealing snacks. All right. So what we're going to do first is we're going to have a refrigerator right here. All right. There is the refrigerator, because that looks just like a fancy pants Smeg or something, like a Smeg fridge. But this is the open fridge, so we're going to need to have an open door. Okay, there it is. Now this, as we know, fridges have shelves, right? So I'm going to put some shelves up in this fridge. Smeg shelves, if you will. All right, there's the shelves. And I know you're like, oh my goodness, I thought you said Tatum44 was the Etch-a-Sketch wizard. Well, you know what? I don't want to say too much. But you know, I'm actually rubbish at this. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to try and pretend that I'm anywhere near the quality that Tatum is. As you can see, I'm going outside of lines, and you know, there's a can of soda possibly, and maybe this could be an apple of sorts. Maybe, I don't know, but I think there we go. I think that's quite clear that there are snacks there. Let's see how successfully we can let's put some lines on the back of the door. Okay, there's some lines on the, hopefully that looks like the back of a fridge door. And then let's have a handle, possibly. That's clearly a fridge handle, right? Okay, if that doesn't look like an open fridge door, yeah, with a handle, I don't know what to tell you. And the overhead cam zoom in. Not to give you any better definition. It would just be an optical zoom, Kilted, and it's not great, to be honest. So, see, this is the fun part, you see, because I do it down here and you can kind of see bits, and then I hold it up to the camera, and then I'll take a picture of it, and I post it on the Discord server where you can get the best picture possible. So if you want the HD version, the 4K version, if you will, it will be in the Stream News channel. It will get posted in there. And now what we need to do is come over here, right? And we need some very curly hair. All right, this is clearly a head of curly hair. Now, are we Lodoc? Are we short curly hair or are we long curly hair? Because I feel like it will make a difference. I do. Thank you for the Discord link, Bigsoft. Curly hair, exactly. Yeah. Short, similar to an afro. Okay. I'm not sure anybody's going to look at this after I've finished and say, "Hey, does Lodoc have an afro?" Because I don't know. It's I can do short curly, but as far as making it look like a particular type of short curly like afro, this is not going great. It's not very afro like. But anyway, I'm gonna do. There we go. There's the head. All right. Can we go as far as having details like eyes, possibly? Eyes. Yeah. Maybe eyes. Maybe even a nose. Whoa, a nose as well. Come on. Tatum, eat your heart out, or whatever they say. There's a mouth. All right. And then, because I can't do, well, anything really, we're going to have one hand up here. Yes, that's a hand. And another hand here. I don't know why that particular hand looks like a mushroom, but anyway. And then the leg down there. And then another leg just there. I don't know why they look like animal legs, but anyway, it's because I'm no good at drawing. So there we go. I think we're probably done. I think if you don't look at that and go, do you know what? I think that looks like Lodoc stealing snacks from a fridge. I don't really know what to tell you. Yeah? What do you think, Lodoc? Do you think that Tatum has some tough competition? Maybe? It's an exact copy of me. Jeepers, H. Crikey, what is that? That is Lodoc stealing snacks from a fridge. Kilted. I mean, hello? I don't want to be Captain Obvious, but there it is. Okay, so we're going to do what we always do when this redemption gets redeemed. We're going to take a picture. Oh my goodness, all the friendos going live at the same time. Nerdwino has just gone live. There is no third leg. What are we talking about right now? There's clearly two arms sticking out, reaching to the fridge, and then two legs sticking down. There is no third leg. All right, so I'm going to take a picture. Here we go. Do the zoomy zoom in a bit. There we go. And I mean, I don't want to brag or anything, but I feel like that might be my best one yet. Is that like it? But I don't have... That's why I didn't draw one, because you don't have one. Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah. Anyway, what I need to do now is I need to crop it real quick. All right, I'm going to drag all of the sides in so that all we focus on is the masterpiece that is Lodoc stealing snacks in Etch-a-Sketch form. Okay, and then I need to do two more things. One thing is to rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise or anti-clockwise. And then the other thing is to post it. So if I go to my Discord server, and then what we can do, instead of just saying Lodoc and typing it in as text, I can actually just tag, since the name on Discord is the same. There we go, Lodoc stealing snacks. There it is. Well, it helps if we reset the camera, right, so you can see me. But there we go. It is Lodoc stealing snacks. It's in the channel on Discord right now, the Stream News channel. If you're on my Discord server and you don't see it, then all you need to do is add the streamer's role, and then it'll light up for you. Stream balked or just me? Hopefully just you. Are we good now, Kilted? Is it fixed? Tailbone, thank you for clearing that up, Belen. We needed a real life bona fide scientist who has PhDs in biology to clear that up for us. It did. You're back. Yep, all good. Just a temp thing. Okay, good. Don't know what was going on there. I'm showing drop frame 0, so I don't know why it was being a bit naughty. Alrighty. So in Crazy Taxi, we're going to borrow, shall we say, from Crazy Taxi the fact that you can have different fares, and we're going to say things like pregnant woman needs hospital. Holiday goer needs airport. And then what we're going to do is put the...
Want coffee?
No, thank you. I'm good with my cold drink. I've actually exceeded my coffee quota for today. But I will have my flavoured water. Num, 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 num. Okay, so pregnant woman needs hospital is going to be the ambulance. Holiday goer, or should we call it vacationer? Is that a more widely
Stay a
used
while and
expression?
listen.
Back to look for a bit. All right, thank you, Kilted. Vacationer needs airport, so it's going to be the sports car. What reason would we have to pick somebody up to bang into a police car and put them in the back of the police car? Maybe if they robbed a bank. What about that? They robbed a bank and then we pick them up, not knowing they robbed a bank, and then we have to bang into the police car to put the criminal in the back of the police car, and then the police car takes them to the police station. If we say bank robber / criminal, police car. All right, and what? Hold your horses. What other vehicle did we have? We have the truck and the sedan. I'm trying to think about those. Anyway, we've got some things to be going on with. So we're not going to choose the driver. We're not going to choose the vehicle. So this particular part of the game in particular, we won't do. What I'm trying to do is slim down as much as possible, get to the core of it, the bare bones of the game. So we're not going to choose the driver. We're not going to choose the car because we only have one car that we're using as a taxi, and we can't even see the driver because of the perspective of the game. So that's not going to be relevant. All right, so on this particular perspective of Crazy Taxi, it's a behind the car view, third person, if you will. And presumably they just drive around to start with until a fare comes in. So let's have a look. My magic system. I'm going to guess that's exactly what you wanted, Clodox, since it looks like that's what it returned. Right, so hang on a minute, back up. Did they just like pick somebody up from the side of the street, or was that a... All right, so the fares are just standing by the road, at least as it starts. Game time 69. Nice. So then I guess as the driver, you would just pull over. I'm not sure we want that open worldness, that liberty to just kind of drive up to anybody. I mean, maybe we can have that. Maybe we have like a pregnant woman standing at the side of the road, and if you go over to her and pick her up, then it gives you the details. And then maybe Ubisoft. You paused it as 69 game time. Yeah. Purely coincidentally, it was a nice number. Yeah. I think what we need to do initially, we're obviously not going to have a massive city we drive around while we're trying to get the mechanic working. what we need is we need the taxi in the game. We need to have a controller on it so it can be controlled by the player. Then we probably need to decide on a camera view whether it's going to be top down, whether it's going to be from behind the car like this, like it is with Chase HQ, top down like APB. Or more of a free movement camera like in this. Because if you watch the camera in this, in Chase HQ, basically you've got a fixed camera that's just pointing into the screen, and then you just follow the player like that. And all the player does is move left and right on the screen. The camera doesn't actually move itself, I don't believe. In Crazy Taxi, it's a bit more wild with the camera, as you'll see. See, they stop to get a fare, and then the camera pans around, and it shows the person getting into the car. We're not going to have all that. But also, we have this inset here, which is quite nice. Cable car stop top. Okay, so it gives you an indication, some kind of visual of where the person needs to be dropped. So what we'd need is, say, for the pregnant woman that needs to get to the hospital, we'd have an inset, possibly inset showing destination, e.g. hospital. Okay. So the countdown on this is actually on the vehicle. And that's the countdown for the specific fare. So to get this person to where they need to be in time. So game time top left, I'm guessing, is for the whole level across multiple fares. So I think it makes sense to do the same thing. Because if you remember, we're going to start off as a taxi, and if we keep using the same example of the woman needing to get to hospital, we can have the countdown be on the taxi, and then as we bump into the ambulance and the fare gets transferred, then we can have the number show up on the other vehicle instead. Yeah. All right, so inset showing destination, e.g. hospital. Countdown when fare picked up. Changes vehicles when control changes. Okay. So not only are they having to avoid other vehicles, they're having to avoid pedestrians. Again, slimming down. I don't think we're going to go the pedestrian route. I don't think we want pedestrians. Which again, if we're not having pedestrians, maybe it lends itself more to the view of Chase HQ than Crazy Taxi. Because if we jump over to Chase HQ and look at the camera view on that one. How you doing, Dharma Patir? Welcome on in. I hope you didn't have too many meetings today, and I hope they were all genuine and they weren't April Fool pranks. So, happy hump day! So, the new project, quick recap. New project, new game, 2 weeks-ish. I'm going to be creating a mashup of Chase HQ, Crazy Taxi, and APB. So now we're just looking at videos of all three and deciding what we're going to incorporate into the new game from the other games. Day off today. Had a filling redone. Yay! Nice, nice. Did it all go okay? The worst part of those, I think, is when they do the injection, right? And they're like, oh, we're going to give you this painkiller. Well, that the pain from giving you the injection feels like it's going to kill you, right? Sure, nowhere near as much as if they didn't use it, but you keep doing this, you keep tapping your jaw and be like, oh, still no feeling yet. No, it's still numb. Yeah. Can you feel your tongue yet? Did they inject it like so close that you lost feeling in your tongue as well? Always fun going to the dentist, right? All right, so when Chase HQ starts, it shows your vehicle and it shows the vehicle that you're chasing after. Now, it depends how linear we're going to make this game. If we're going to have it as like a set level, like, okay, this is level 1, you need to get the pregnant woman to the hospital. So, yes, we can show, okay, there's the taxi, that's us. And we can show the ambulance, this is the vehicle that you need to hit. Or, if we're going to have it more open worldy, like Crazy Taxi, then we wouldn't be able to show this because we wouldn't know which fare was going to be picked up. Is it going to be, it's no good saying, okay, here's the ambulance, that's the vehicle you need to catch, if, in fact, the person you pick up wants to get to the airport. And then there's a different vehicle. So if we did show a screen like this, it wouldn't be able to be at the start. It would have to be kind of included as you were playing. Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm in Canada. They know how to dentist up here. Thank you, curly haired Lodoc. I appreciate that. GG's. I just make rude comments to random people so they slap me and then I can tell if it's worn off. For more dentistry tips from Shark Geek, go drop him a follow. Yeah. Did you try a hard baguette? Oh no. We too soon, Lodoc. We don't talk about that. Yeah. No. Anyway, Nerdwino is already live. Irish John Games was already live and rated in. And Balint should be live in about 5-ish minutes. So, yeah, there you go. So now the question is, do we want to have more linear levels where we say, okay, level 1, get the lady to the hospital. In which case we can show a screen like this, which has the taxi and it has the ambulance, so you know which vehicle you're going to catch up with. Or do we in fact have it more open world like Crazy Taxi, where you can drive around and just pick up fares at random, and then when you pick up that fare, maybe there's some kind of screen like this at that point. Say, okay, you picked up this person, this is where they need to be, this is the vehicle you need to get them to so they can get to their destination. Some of that will depend on the type of view that we have. Are we just going to have a view where you pretty much move left and right to get through traffic like Chase HQ? Or are we going to have it like Crazy Taxi where there is a 3D city that you drive around? Super old fill-in. Free roam will be likely be less long-term work. You think, though? I don't know. Because at the moment, I'm thinking a view like Chase HQ, where you've just got it front on, and it's almost like an endless runner, where you swerve in between traffic and you've got to try and catch up with a vehicle, is going to be less work than saying, well, let's be like Rescue Ball, where we have the whole city and you can drive around a whole city, and then you have to accommodate stuff like colliders on buildings and all that good stuff. So I have kind of done the best of both worlds, not meaning to go Hannah Montana. I've done the best of both worlds like that before in Hook'em and Book'em, where you chase around the 3D city, you catch up with the bank robbers, and then the van takes off, and then they head over a bridge, and then you kind of chase HQ style. You have to move left and right, and you have to bang into the vehicle to try and get them to stop. Yeah. I don't know. I think initially I'm going to build city map once and fill with objectives locations. If you go linear, you have to make every map feel route interesting. I don't know. I mean, we can pivot. It's just that I'd sooner get these things down from the start. What I don't want to do is say, okay, well, let's have it open world and have a city we can just drive around willy and in fact nilly. And then I do all that and I put in all the effort, and then we're a week in, and then suddenly I'm like, yeah, this isn't really working how I wanted it to. Let me switch to the other type now. And apparently I can't write Crema today. Just blame the drugs, don't my petit. Oh, it's because I went to the dentist. It's still wearing off. It's okay. It's yeah. It is what it is. So yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna put down both options, and then I'm gonna do some testing, probably off stream because it's pretty boring doing that kind of testing, and see which I think feels best and most arcadey. So what I'm going for is kind of 80s, 90s arcade style gameplay where there's less realism but more cartoony fun stuff going on. Which is why I picked these 3 games to mash together. So I say either linear like Chase HQ or open world like Crazy Taxi. I think linear routes are okay if you go super arcadey, but open world, drive around and find your route, give better gameplay options. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get like fun, not so realistic gameplay, and I'm trying to slim it down as much as absolutely possible without too much feature creep. So Blizzard. Oh my goodness, it's Queen Coffee. How you doing, Coffee? Welcome on in. Happy hump day. Happy April Fool's Day. I hope you didn't get pranked too much. Good resource for seeing similar games. Top similar games like Crazy Taxi. Crazy Taxi. Well, Crazy Taxi is definitely like Crazy Taxi. Stunt Jump. Tooge challenge. Okay. Little Racers Street. Stunt Granny. Okay. Burnout Paradise. I'm not familiar with this site. Is this a site you use a lot? Damn up here. Steampeak.hu. Looks like a good site to use for this type of thing. Taxi Rush. Very nice. All right. Well, I shall use that. I shall leave that open. Use that for inspiration. Theme Peak, indie-friendly game discovery. Very nice. All right, that was talking about game jams earlier. We can close that one out. So I'll leave that open. Crazy Taxi. Yeah, so apparently it has maps. I don't remember there being maps, but apparently there's maps in Crazy Taxi. So, yeah. I'm not looking forward to having to create a whole city. I get there's demo scenes in assets that you can use, but I take a leisurely drive in all 7 cities in the 3 Crazy Taxi games without picking any customers up. All right, well, that seems like that would be a pretty good thing to watch. No, we'll open it and pause it. All right, so either linear like Chase HQ or open world like Crazy Taxi. So what we can do is we can have those linear like Chase HQ, in which case it would be levels based, and also title card showing vehicle to catch. Open world like Crazy Taxi wouldn't be levels based, so no levels, and title card and picked up random fares, so just be like a single level. Do you remember a game called Midtown Madness? Title sounds familiar. I tried to prank Leader at 12:30, but chat ruined it. Oh man! Crazy Taxi is open world place of point, isn't it? Points of interest based. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking when I was saying about open world like Crazy Taxi. So you'd have like the woman needing to get to the hospital in part of the map, and then you'd need the person needing to get to the airport in another part of the map. So we'd have to build things like, or we'd need a city with those destinations in, which I'm sure I've got. I'm sure I could probably mac all together. But also I need it to be as low poly as possible if we're looking at getting it on as many platforms as possible. Midtown Madness. PC, old school.
Thank you so much, Jotson, for the raid.
Oh my goodness. Could it be? No, surely not. Is it really?
Bit gamey.
And if I had $1 million.
Dollars. Sing it, Jotson. Go on, just for me. Clip machine, don't be balky. Why you got to balk when we get a lovely raid in? This clip machine, I'll tell you what, it's going to get some kind of virtual spank today, I'll tell you what. Jotson, how you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the lovely raid. That's much appreciated. How are you doing? Did you have a fun stream? What did you get up to? Spill the tea. The party people need to know. And I have to say, that's a very nice number to raid in with. All right? Very, very nice, or nice, as some people might
Thanks
say.
for the follow.
Vex, how you doing? Thank you for that follow. Appreciated. Vex, good to see you. Who else we got? Irad, how are you doing? I know Irad. It is really a very nice number. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yep. Yep, howdy. I'd buy you a fur coat, but not a real fur coat. That's cruel. What? What now? Jotson. We have a command for Jotson. We talk about Jotson quite often here, don't we? Remember? Do you remember the game Jotson's working on? Yeah? The mail room? Remember, we see quite a lot of clips of the mail room, and I'm always telling you to go over and add it to your wish list. Yeah? This game over here. Just click on the link in chat. What were you getting up to today? Were you doing some more mailroom work, Jotson? We'll watch this in uno momento, por favor. A classic. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy Taxi we're looking at today. We're looking at a brand new project. All right. So while we made a really nice hole in the wall where you can see old tutorials you've already seen. Oh, that sounds like a nice feature. Got to run there. Catch you later. Alrighty, thank you, Jotson. Good to see you. Thank you again for the raid, much appreciated. And if you're not already following Jotson, please do the thing. I know the clip machine balked and you didn't see a proper whole clip, but maybe let's give it a second try, shall we? Let's try again. Here we go. This time I'm feeling lucky. Go.
Right. Even after 2 seconds, it doesn't appear. Not until I look away. Oh, fuck, it got me.
Got him.
It got me. I knew it would be there and it got me. It seemed bigger and closer than I thought it would be, you know?
That's when it's a good jump scare. When you've created it, when you expect it, and you still jump, that's a good jump scare right there. All right. So for people new to the channel, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Lee, aka BitGamey, and I'll often be found in the Unity game engine, as you see up here. We're actually working on a hopefully 2-week project, a new game, and it's a mashup of Chase HQ, Crazy Taxi, and APB, if you're familiar with those arcade games. So we've actually just opened up a brand new project in Unity, and we have loaded in the asset that I purchased for this game in particular. And this is pretty much where we're at the moment. We just have the asset loaded in. So we're watching videos of Crazy Taxi, APB, and Chase HQ, and cherry picking which things might be good to include in the new game. Now, the new game doesn't have an official title yet. The working title is Chase APB Taxi, because that's a reminder of the 3 games that we're mashing together. You can usually find me streaming from 10 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. Monday, we have Mix It Up Monday, where we don't do game dev. We do other stuff like redemptions, community challenges, things that I don't normally get time to do because I'm streaming 5 days a week. And then Tuesday to Friday is when we get our game dev hat on. Well, Twitch purple hat for the partner push, but we get our game dev hat on and we do the game dev stuff. So welcome on in. If you like what you see, if you think you might want to come back at some point in the future, just go drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, thank you very much to everybody for helping with the push, bumping up those numbers. And if you have to Vamanos like Jotson, I totally get it. It would be nice if you could lurk. If you just drop a lurk in chat and leave the tab open. And that way, that will show how much you love game dev streams, because lurking is love. All right, so yeah, big thank you. This is an interesting choice of song, Lodoc. Subscribers can use the SR command and request any songs they so wish, providing they're on Spotify. Yeah, good to see everybody. It's nice to have some new friendos in the channel, some familiar faces.
Stay a while and listen.
Thank you. You see, you too can be cool like Entropic and not close out the stream, but actually drop a lurk. Yeah, so thank you.
Stay a while and listen.
Lurking equals love. Lurk. You see, just so much love going on today. Thank you. I do love it. It is fantastic. So in a little bit, we're speaking of the raid that just came in a little bit, we're actually going to be raiding out to Science Streams today. If you're not familiar with Twitch's favourite ambassador on the platform, he is in fact doing a charity stream today for the Aminals. So if you're an Aminal lover, if you have fur babies, if you like donating to charity, and you like things science related, you can in fact go drop him a follow. He might even be live now. He should be. He should be live.
In New Jersey, and we're.
This clip machine, I'll tell you what. Yeah, he's on. Okay, thanks, Damapatir. Plus, Twitch decided not to notify me again because Twitch hates me with the new notification system. So, yeah, it doesn't actually tell me. He is on his starting soon scene. I see that now.
Yeah, I'm not a billboard. A mother ferret billboard. I'm not a billboard. I'm not a billboard.
Yes, yes. In fact, what he's saying that Dark Muppeteer is billboarding. You might have heard the professional singer that we actually got in to record that. Yeah. He wanted to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to out him, but we did spend not an insubstantial amount of money on the recording of that for Billboard. So so thank you for showing the party people, Berlin. Now I feel like I need to use the focus command on your stream because you are in fact streaming now, and you should be focusing on it. Okay. Only the freshest free range billboards here. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And now I have Berlin stream open in another window. I have people like Dukesoft who know I'm streaming, talking to me. Now, I feel it's my job to respond. So yeah. Anyway, we will be raiding Berlin momentarily. But oh look, we got a shout out as well. Oh, and I created an emote for that very purpose that says, "Oh, thanks." Yeah, it's true. So, what we're going to do before we do the raid out is we're actually going to show browser. We are, in fact, going to take a look at the mail room from the amazing man, the myth, the legend that is Jotson. Yeah. So I'm going to pause the music because we don't want the music to play over the trailer. And we're going to set the volume just so. And I'm going to paste this in chat, and we're going to pin it to the top of chat while we take a look at it. Okay, I probably should have put the title before it, but there we go. It's kind of in the URL. Oh, doesn't it say, or no, it doesn't. No, the same as the other emote says, but better, not but butter. All right, just so we're clear. Anyway, the mailroom. If you haven't seen it yet, you're in for a real treat. So buckle up, click the link at the top of chat, add it to your wish list. Add it to your wish list, like I have. Make sure you click on the follow button as well. Okay. And there is a demo available. The release date is, in fact, this year. Thank you, Dark Muppeteer. Release date is, in fact, this year. So get over there, get it on your wish list, and let's have a shufty, as they say. Oh, unique art style again. Yeah, we seem to be getting raids today from people that have unique art style games. We had Mad Chirpy with Shroud of Gloom earlier. I love that frog. I seem to see that frog every time I watch Jotson developing and working on this game. It's like, oh, there's the frog. Wishlist now. Play the demo. You see, quick tip for anybody that is getting their game onto Steam. If you have a demo, update your trailer. So at the end it says play the demo. Otherwise, people might just come in and, if they don't scroll down, they might just see the demo and go, oh yeah, I guess I can't play it yet, but it says it's coming to Steam soon. If you have a demo, always good to put about it in your trailer. Okay, just quick tip there for you. Very nice. I like the art style. There's the frog again. Love me the frog. Grab butt paper. It's like toilet paper, but better. Very nice. I like it. It looks great. The sound is great. It has a great trailer. You can get a demo. Look, was it Next Fest? Look, even got reviews. Look, the Mail Room is a scarier version of Papers, Please. We were talking about Papers, Please earlier, weren't we? When we got the raid in from Mad Chirpy. We're talking about Lucas Pope, who developed Obra Dinn and Papers, Please. Set in the devil's corporate office that's full of frogs and toilet paper. There you go. And that's from PC Gamer, no less. Look, Alpha Beta Gamer. Look at this. Very nice. All right, so the link's at the top of chat for another probably minute or so. I can't really see how long it has left. Now go click the link, do the thing, add it to your wish list, download and play the demo. All right, and let's support all the game dev friendos, please. Thank you very much. Alrighty. So where did we get to? So we have either linear like Chase HQ, open world like Crazy Taxi, and depending on which one of those we choose depends on when the title card will show up, showing us what we need to do. It determines whether there are any levels or not, and in which order we do pick up the fares for the taxi. You know, are we going to pick up the pregnant lady first and get her to the hospital? Are we going to pick up the vacationer first and get them to the airport? We shall see as the game develops. All right, so let's see if there's anything else. I mean, there's not a lot to Crazy Taxi. In a nutshell, it's pick up someone, drop someone off, make some money. That's it in a nutshell, really, isn't it? And then the area that you drop them off is shown by all the green scan lines. See again, so it gives you a little inset, a little preview of where you actually need to drop somebody off, and then it gives you the description underneath, and also how long it is, or the distance to get there. Do we need to show the distance? We could. Let's have a look. Crazy Taxi countdown when fare picked up, changes vehicles when control changes, and distance to destination shown under inset. Crazy Taxi also has the time pressure and passenger reactions. Yeah, you see, again, I want to slim down as much as possible. There is going to be a timer, and the reason there's going to be a timer is because if you don't switch to, say, for example, the woman you're trying to get to the hospital, if you don't switch her into the ambulance, then your taxi won't go fast enough to get you to the hospital. So if you don't switch vehicles, then the time's going to run out. You're not going to make it. And if we don't go for linear, if we do go for more open world, that's going to be something we're going to have to manage as well, in that we're going to have the person being picked up not being close enough to the hospital that you can get them there in time in the taxi. So we're going to have to speed limit the vehicles. So we'll speed limit the taxi, but also not, well, have a faster speed limit that the ambulance can go. I do like the idea of voiceovers, especially if it's a pregnant woman you're trying to get to the hospital. I feel like there's a lot of comedy value we could have in that, especially when you go over bumps and things. So I think things that aren't specifically, well, I guess it is specifically, it's in Crazy Taxi, isn't it? Put it under there. Voiceovers when passenger is being transported. Okay. Now, do we have a countdown as well as the timer? Do we have a distance countdown anywhere when they're heading for the destination? We don't, do we? We have the direction. We have the directional arrow, which we also saw in Bookham and Bookham. Yeah, you can't really see it too well, but there's a green arrow, directional arrow here, which was pointing in the direction we needed. Don't forget the directional arrow is patented. What? Seriously? I did not know that. Who patented that, and when does the patent expire? Because I know some of the mechanics in Rescue Ball were patented for Katamari, but they actually expire this coming August. Sega own it. But the patents are always time limited, right? So now you've got me curious. Video game.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. A duck walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man, run in the stand, hey, bum, 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 got any grapes?
Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. You see, look, when we bring up a black screen, I don't know if you can see it as well. I think you probably can. We have an overlay ghost still there from when Dukasoft used a blur. I don't know why it didn't completely disappear on the screen. It's almost like when you have screen burn on the old monitors. But Harrier Cat, how you doing? Welcome on in. Happy hump day. Good to see you. Same with cam views like hood, bumper, chase, etc. Yeah. I mean, I know it's going to sell 1 million copies and they're all going to be coming after me for their chunk of change when I infringe on all their patents, but yeah. I feel like if you look up every single patent that's available, you probably wouldn't be able to create a game. And I was going to say other than Pong, but I think probably Pong, you know, is probably patented. How is it going? It is definitely going. We started work on the super secret new project today, and Dark Muppeteer is trying to rain on my parade. I mean, trying to educate us as far as the patents that we might be infringing by creating it. So that's where we currently are at the moment. Painted. What did I miss? I had my phone on lurk mode. Okay, so we got a lovely raid from Mad Chirpy, and then we had a look at his game Shroud of Doom. And Shroud of Doom? Shroud of Gloom. There's a reason we have a command for Mad Chirpy, and it's not just to remind me of game titles. Shroud of Gloom, obviously. And then we had another lovely raid from Jotson, who's working on the Mail Room. But the first ever raid ever we got today was from somebody, I think you might know them. Irish John Games. Yeah, there's the command for John. So yeah, we've had some lovely raids, had some lovely new follows. We had a pity biddy from Lodoc. Lodoc also redeemed Bit Sketchy, and I don't know if you saw it in the Twitch subs only channel on Discord yet, but here is Lodoc stealing snacks. I haven't shooken the Etch-a-Sketchen yet, so it's still on there. We're very careful not to destroy it. But I did take a picture and post it on the Discord server. Thank you, Lodoc. Once upon a time, I coined a new word and turned it into a command, and I don't know if it still works or not, but it was in fact masterpiece, as in an art masterpiece. Yeah, it doesn't. I think it was a previous iteration of the stream. Doesn't actually do anything now. But anyway, I love that it feels like you and me are the most anxious, but are now the most excited. Yeah. Did you know? We talked about it earlier, didn't we? We said about people going to TwitchCon. and we said that Kilted was going, and we said that Harrier Cat was going, and somebody in fact said, wait, how would Harrier Cat ever leave his balcony and lady? You see, this is from people that have seen the video, right? And I said, I think the balcony might be detachable, and the lady might well accompany Harrier Cat. I don't know. So, yeah, just saying. Raw denial channeled into pure glee. There we go. Yep. There we go. Well, while all the arguments go on about who is and isn't a masterpiece, let's have a look back at the browser. And Sega held a significant patent, filed in '98 for the Crazy Taxi direction arrow, which guided players to destinations with a floating arrow, covered the giant arrow in the sky and associated navigation mechanics. Expired in 2018. Huzzah! Having previously been used to sue The Simpsons Road Rage. What? I thought Crazy Taxi was in collaboration with The Simpsons. Are you telling me now that they just went out and created their own game that was exactly like Crazy Taxi but with the Simpsons characters? Interesting. Yeah. Glee. Yes, Glee. No ladies joining, and yes, I do have a foldable pocket balcony. Perfect. See, I wasn't wrong. The patent protected the dynamic floating arrow above a vehicle indicating the destination, as used in Crazy Taxi and Emergency Call Ambulance. I guess that's another Sega title. So I put emergency call ambulance and it gives me the option to call 911. No, I don't. I'm not in trouble. I don't need help. Oh my goodness. Did the arcade game Emergency Call Ambulance give anyone else PTSD when younger? Oh, I've seen this before. We've seen this on stream before. I don't remember why. I don't remember what brought us to looking at this, but yeah. I've seen it before. Sega Retro. Yeah, it was Sega owned. That's why then. That's why they're allowed to use it, because it was the same company. The Ghost of Dukasoft's Past. Yeah, I don't really know why that stayed on there. Let me fire up studio mode real quick. I think we have it in effects, possibly. Blurb stuff. I don't think that did anything, did it? I think it's probably, I feel like it's probably still there. Or is it Duka Skywaker? You'll have to excuse that Muppeteer's typing. They're still full of drugs from the dentist. Where is the blurb stuff? Let me jump in the blurb dashboard and let me just replay something and let's see if we can get rid of it then. Log into Blurb. Log in with Twitch. That'll probably be the best thing to log in with. All right, dashboard. All right, let's replay Dukasoft's blurb and let's see what happens.
Look at the size of that thing.
Does it disappear this time? Does it go away? Does it fade out? All right, I think we fixed it by replaying it. I don't know why. Don't know why it kind of got stuck, but there it is. All right, hang on a minute. Add this sound. Okay. Alrighty. That's what I said. I mean, so yeah, there was, as Dartmouth Patir said, there was in fact a patent on the rotating arrow. Patent has since expired around 2018. Not sure why Reddit is considered the source. The illegal game mechanic. Going down a rabbit hole now. You realise that, don't you, Dartmouth Patir? Do. The illegal game mechanic. Why have we got to pretend? Why don't we just do it? That video was grating to watch. I mean, it takes literally ages to get to the point of who filed this patent, Sega, who broke the patent by creating a blatant Crazy Taxi clone, EA and Fox, and why it led to a lawsuit. She doesn't even explain the story until around 11 minutes and 30 in, while she spends the first 11 minutes and 30 seconds ranting about patent law. Some Dutch company, those Dutch companies, right, made a bargain bin Crazy Taxi ripoff nobody knows of because the patent wasn't in Europe. What platforms are you targeting? I'm not exactly sure at this point. I'm going to say my immediate thoughts are PC and mobile, to include possibly the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. And the mechanic is not illegal in all caps or otherwise. Didn't even click the link, but thanks for confirming what I suspected. S tier content, but that's not usually what the S stands for. Also, not the best example of how patents ruin the game industry. The most notable one is Namco patenting the loading screen game and effectively blocking any other publisher from having mini games in their loading screens. I mean, I don't know how long you can have a patent for. I'm thinking it's like 10 years. I think when we looked at the patent for Katamari, I think it was a 10-year patent. Yeah, it does in fact expire this year in August, I believe. One of those things you don't necessarily consider, though, isn't it? Oh, I need to look up every single mechanic in this game to determine if there's a patent for it and if I'm going to infringe on anything. Patent forced competitors to create alternatives such as Fable's Glowing Trail, GTA's Minimap, and Skyrim's Compass Markers. Simpsons Hit and Run, a later game in the same franchise, was likely created with these restrictions in mind, choosing a mini-map over an arrow. So, in short, we can use an arrow now if we want to, right? We can use an arrow. There was actually, I think the one that I used in Hook'em and Book'em was actually from the Asset Store. Assuming it hasn't been deprecated and they haven't got in trouble for it. Direction arrow. Maybe it was deprecated. I don't think I would have paid for it. I think it would have been free. And based on looking at these free ones, I'm not seeing. What about directional arrow? And it would be 3D. How funny, look, warning, zombies ahead. We looked at matrix signs when we created the zombie jam game recently. They're easy to make anyway. They are. I was just curious if it was still available. These are very good. I've seen these 3D arrow or 30 arrows animations. Oh, they're pretty good. Yeah. All right. So we may or may not have an arrow. I think we probably do need an arrow if we go the open world route. If we go like Crazy Taxi, because you don't just want to drive around. You're a taxi driver. You're supposed to know where you're going, right? We don't just want to drive around the city. Also, the issue is going to be if we have it open world and we can't just drive straight to the hospital. We need to find the ambulance to get the ambulance to drive to the hospital. Does the arrow then point to the ambulance rather than the hospital? There's no point in the arrow pointing you to the destination that you're not going to make in time. So the arrow really would be the destination, and the destination would be the vehicle that you need to switch out with, wouldn't it? In which case, if we were going to have distance, we'd need to update that distance regularly, because the distance between an ambulance driving around the city and a taxi trying to catch it would change. Yeah. Nerdwino is live, everybody. If you want to see about the Artemis launch and all things spacey and stuff, get yourself over to Nerdwino, who we talked about earlier. Former NASA scientist, spent 10 years at JPL. You can actually see rocket launches from his backyard. Crazy. Good afternoon, Ella, you beautiful human. Have you had a good Wednesday? Is your day going well? And did you get pranked by it being April Fool's Day? 2 hours and 43 minutes. You see, you've still got time. If you wanted to open up Nerdwino in a different tab, who I believe is collaborating with Astro Canuck, we go here and we go Nerdwino. See, Nerdwino is live. 2 hours, 43 minutes. Counting down. Watch party with Astro Canuck. There we go. See? Shared chat started. Okay. Close that. So we have Nerdwino live at the moment. If you want to go and watch spacey stuff on the Artemis 2 launch, watch party. And we have Berlin, who is also live and has the option to adopt a two-toed sloth. That's not adopt two toads, as in like frog-type animals. That's a two-toed sloth. Okay. Definitely be joining Nerdwino and Astro Canuck later today. Very nice. Film that with your drone. No flight zones are for beginners. Yeah. Ducasoft is like the honey badger of drone pilots. It's like, yeah, he doesn't care. Doesn't worry about no-fly zones. Doesn't worry about wires. I mean, wires going across are just to be navigated with your drone, right? According to Ducasoft. So much would be blown away. Yeah. Yeah. Or you get the jammers that jam the signal, and then you can't control the drone, and then before you know it, it's just crashing all by itself. Yeah. Fun times. Ah, the life of a drone pilot. Am I right, Ducasoft? When are we getting another Ducasoft stream? That's what I want to know. That's the question on everybody's lips. Yeah. I should have like a tease command or something. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Such a tease. Okay, so we should be good as far as the directional arrow. We're not going to infringe or impinge or upset anybody. We should be good as far as that goes. Game patents protecting Crazy Taxi's arrow, Nintendo's D-pad, these nuts. The dumbest patents in gaming. Oh, floating arrows to dialogue wheels. True. That's an ad. All right, these might be good things to watch. Just to, you create a game and you think, oh, yeah, but surely that's not patented, right? So, yeah, I think it's going to help us to watch these. I would love to be there for the loud rocket and the feel, though. All right, so just so we don't infringe and we can find out what the dumbest patents are, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. When I come back, we'll watch this video and see what's happening. Woosa! How you doing? Happy hump day! I'm just going to have a quick 2-minute break to run to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. It's been a bit of a blur last few days, but I told somebody, I said, I always wear clothes from the waist up when I'm streaming. I'm not always naked. Wait, who wants me to keep the titties? Coffee rocks! Okay. Oh, hang on a minute. I just got to take this call. Sorry, yeah, sorry for that loud bang there. I was trying to answer the phone while I was freaking streaming. Hello? Yeah, did you get that part? That loud bang is me hitting my headphones because I was actually freaking streaming. Yeah, Dukasoft told me to use those words. Yeah, so if you can call back, when's good for me? Never, because this is an unsolicited call. Thanks, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Yep. Love you too. Bye. Yeah, bye. No, you first. No, you. No. Will my nose get any relief? Please help me. Obstacle in chat to throw in them obstacles. To block them piggies. Whoa, what? Whoa. Wait, 11 seconds. What in the world happened right there? It's a good question. What in the world happened right there? By the way, born the same day as someone very close in my family. Ah. Yeah, we had lots of birthdays in March. Yeah. We had the Redemption, which is no longer available because it's not birthday month. Actually showed in chat all the other people that I knew about that were having birthdays in that particular month. Not celebrities, not influencers, none of that nonsense. People in the community. Okay, so let's have a look at some of the dumbest. That's according to Zevran, not according to me. Patents in gaming. And it was only 10 months ago. So hopefully they tell you whether they are still patents that are in existence or if they have expired. They decided not to put chapters in here, which seems a bit janky because it'd be nice just to jump between each of them. But no, it was 31st. It was yesterday. You're right, Woosa. Alrighty, so let's Let's pause the music and let's have a listen.
Come on! We're streaking! Come on!
What? What? We have a naked Woosa in chat. Almost 11 streams. What? That is a lot of nudity. Blah blah blah. You're right. Thank you, Woosa. That's a lot of support. That's a lot of being here for consecutive streams. So thank you very much. Avert your eyes, Dark Muppeteer. Just don't look in Woosa's general direction.
Stay a while and listen.
Thank you for the alert, Woosa. It's appreciated. I mean, I'm sorry. This game is so close to Crazy Taxi, I couldn't help but think that it was created in collaboration with Sega. How can you create a game so similar and the only patent you infringe on is the arrow? Did you see when that vehicle pulled in to the drop-off zone? The yellow lines, yeah, just like the green lines in Crazy Taxi. Did you see that? Look. "20 years?
Doctor? Doctor? Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor? Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? And doctor.
How are you doing, Dr. Camp, sir? Welcome on in. That is a lot of flashbang emotes, yes. Woosa did in fact smash us in the face, not just with the nudity, but also the flashbangs. Yeah. Been lurking, almost end of workday. Excellent, thank you very much. Lurking is love, and I know how much you love this channel. So thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, I forgot something. What did you forget, Woosa? Oh, contributing to my Duke Hooker challenge. Thank you. Where we might create a game about hooking ducks. Yeah, it's true. I even came in on the Germ Raid earlier. See? Oh, and thank you, Dark Muppeteer, for your contribution too. Where are we at right now? 25%. 21 days left. We've got 3 weeks to get an additional 75% of points in there. That may or may not happen. And if it doesn't happen, maybe it's a blessing because, you know, possibly, potentially, we could be working on this game. Interesting. Whoa. What? How can they 23, 33, 13 years. Holy wow. No, 2021, not 23. Okay, 15 years. Wow. I can relate to that orc mentality, to be honest. I mean, it's a good. I've never even heard of the Nemesis system before. It's an interesting system. I'll totally put in extra effort to survive just to get revenge for arrows in the back. Yeah. I remember Mike Bithell. Oh, GameCube. What a fantastic console. Interesting. The game was great. Never played it. You see that? They filed in 2000. It was granted in 2005. It takes 5 years to get a patent. What? seeing a pattern here where they file a patent and then it's just for a specific game, but then they never use it again. I remember that. That was the one with the hardware, wasn't it? Yeah. I remember when I used to go to our local game exchange, I used games and hardware store. They used to have those, so many. There's like a basket that was full of them. They must have been giving them away in the end. But yeah, that store is now closed. I went there the other day, or I went past, and they discovered asbestos. That's not good, right? No. So then a few days later, I went by again just to see if it had all been sorted out. And the place is gutted. They've ripped out all the shelves, the carpet, the ceiling, everything. It's just a shell there now. So I don't know whether they plan on opening up a different store, new store, replacement store. I don't know. But there's just a note on the door saying, "We are now closed, and go to, here is your next nearest branch." Yeah. I mean, I get you wanting to patent that. That doesn't seem dumb to me. Oh, man. I mean, why would you let it lapse early? It's not like, I mean, they've already paid for the patent. Nobody infringed on the patent other than before it actually was live. So why would they suddenly say, "Oh, that's okay, let's just let it lapse"? unless it costs you every year to keep it running, which I'm assuming it doesn't. I don't know why they would let it lapse, or would you not just let it run on the off chance that somebody else tries to do something and you can make a bunch of money? Hmm. You'll have some Starlink stuff. Wow. I think some of it is to protect the game from quick copycats. Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't know, Tubby, why, Activision would turn around and go, well, this patent is active until 2031, but let's just let it lapse early. And by the fact they phrase it, let it lapse, implies that you somehow have to maybe renew it every year. Maybe there's a cost implication. I don't know. I just don't know why, if it's a one-time payment and it secures it for a certain number of years, why you'd be interested in letting it lapse. I don't know. I don't know anything about patent law. Six shells of Amiibo. They just ran out of employees that ever saw it, maybe. Sold the technology. Another possibility. You do have to prosecute any use. If you allow a use and don't protect your patent, then it basically expires. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then, because obviously, it's not free to prosecute somebody. If you did find there was an infringement and it was costing you money, prosecute them. I mean, you assume that if somebody's infringing a patent and you prosecute them, you're going to win, but whether you get any money out of it, at least to cover your costs, if not to make you money, then yeah, that makes sense. Apex Legends ping system was the best iteration. I'm not sure they were the dumbest patents in gaming. Some of those made sense to me. I can see why companies would want to protect, like Tubby says, to stop the quick copycats. Oh, look what they've just released. Let's go and release our own version. I get that. I don't think that makes it a dumb patent. All right. What was this other one? Five patents that might surprise you. Well, as we get past all the ads, maybe we can see what these ones are. Apex Legends ping system, which we just saw. Nemesis system. Are these exactly the same ones that we... Oh, let's have a look. Why can't I hear anything? Okay, no volume on this one. That's weird.
It's bouquet.
Okay. I'm proud to report, dropping a ladder on your toes by accident will most likely break them. No! Dude, you tell me you didn't break your toes. Did you break your toes for real, Duke? I hope not. I can say that dropping a big bouquet of Lincoln logs will just mess up your toenail. Oh, okay. All right. We're getting all the ailments in chat today.
Thank you so much, Bentley13, for donating bits.
Oh my goodness, what? Oh my goodness. Queen Bentley, what are you... Queen Bentley just taking me out like that, just having Mario hit me with the fireballs and comes in, sits there in lurk mode and then swings in hours later and goes, here, bits in your face. Bentley, that was very generous. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And you get the 1K bits badge. Hello. Congratulations. And also, if we look at the bits menu, it says 1,000 bits. I actually eat a worm. So thanks, Bentley. Thanks. I was just thinking I missed lunch today, and now I get to eat an actual worm, barbecue flavored. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
And there was much rejoicing.
No rejoicing, Dukesoft. Back it up. Rewind. Oh boy, worm time. Exactly. Yeah, so big thanks to Bentley. I don't think we can still get a clip, but if we do a shout out, all right, if you're not already following Bentley, she has a fantastic sense of humor. She's a great individual. I think I can say that because I don't think Octavius is here, but the better looking half of Bentley and Octavius. Okay. All right. So get on over there. Quite often collaborates with Octavius, but plays games, plays some great games on stream, and has some great stream stuff. Sorry, I'm stuttering a bit because these are just nastiness. These are disgusting, and yeah, no ta-da, no. Sorry, Bardi. Bardi, look what Bentley's making me eat. Yeah. There, I will squish them for you. No squishing this time. Sorry. These are the.
And there was much rejoicing.
No rejoicing. And why, if they're dehydrated and they're dead, why does it feel like they're wiggling in my fingers when I pick them up? Why? Yeah, I was pinged for this. What? Who pinged you? Who's dragging you back into the stream, Bardi, for the worm eating? What is going on right now? All right. Okay. And when the worm gets out again, it will say, ta-da! Thank you, Dugasoft. I blame necromancy. Yes. Yeah. I don't know who Necro Nancy is, but I blame Nancy as well. That will forever stay a secret. I have my sources.
Thank you so much, an anonymous gifter, for gifting a subscription to Bytem_Fight Me_Villainous.
What is going on right now? Who is the anonymous gifter gifting Bite Me, Fight Me, Villainess? Thank you, whoever you are, anonymous gifter. That was much appreciated. And without further ado, because nobody likes ado, I think I have a tiny drop of drink left. But we're gonna have some worm eating fun. Yeah. And by fun I mean not fun. Disgusting taste. It crumbles and breaks down into like dust on your tongue. And barbecue is definitely not the first flavour that springs to mind. Feet is the first flavour. Bottoms up. Thanks Bardi, because Bardi made me eat a cricket once and they were disgusting. But here we go. It's worm time. Thanks again, Bentley. Thanks. Nearly dropped it in the keyboard. Why are they so crunchy?
Thank you so much, Bentley13, for gifting a subscription to Worm Time.
Bentley's like, oh, the worm wound is right open. Let's rub some salt into it, shall we? Sure, let's go. Let's do the thing. Thank you, Bentley. Very generous. And now I have bits of worm stuck in my teeth. No amount.
Thanks to our continuing subscriber, Bentley13.
No amount of drink will get out. Blech! Oh my goodness, Bentley, you're on a roll. What is going on right now? Bentley comes in, whacks 1,000 bits in my face and a worm in my mouth, gifts a tier 1 to Worm Time, and then resubs. Oh my goodness. Bentley, you are too much, my friend. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Rubbing worms in a wound, not recommended. No, salt, buddy. I said since the worm wound was open, there was rubbing salt into it. Can I also whack a worm in your mouth? I mean, for 1,000 bits, buddy, there's no telling what No, I'm not going there. Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to be picking bits of crusty, dusty worm out my teeth for the rest of the day. But thank you, Bentley. Far too generous. Appreciate that. Yeah. And just a quick point to note, on the bits menu, it does say 3,000 bits. I actually eat a bug of your choice from my mixed bugs bag. Look how nasty and disgusting these are. There's like grasshoppers and mealworms and ugh. No.
Thank you so much, Bardaki, for donating bits.
Ah, what is it Lodot calls it? A pity bitty. Thank you for the bug pity bitty, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Well, we've seen lots of dumb patents. There's things we need to put into the game. There's things we are going to borrow from other games. So I think it made sense to watch what patents are out there. And I'm sure, it doesn't matter how much you try. It doesn't matter how much you try and look up patents for a game. At some point, potentially, you might infringe on something. So if the game is a massive success, which I'm hoping it will be, then I guess we'll find out if anybody comes after me if we infringed anything. But hopefully not. Hopefully not. I just received... That worm's going to repeat on me for the rest of the day, I'll tell you what. You have statistics on how many bugs and worms you've consumed. I think more than is humanly healthy is probably the figure I would put on it. No fresh rainworms? No. It's a free channel points bit. Thank you. Thank you for the free channel point bit. Yeah, I just got a message from my mum, and she had a movie night with family around, and she watched Misery, and she said, "We watch Misery."
Thank you so much, Dukasoft, for donating bits.
Dukasoft, thank you. Thank you for another free biddy. Look at that, all the free biddies today. Yeah, my mum sent me a message. She said, just watch Misery. I don't know how I'm supposed to sleep after that. Misery is a great movie. Bullion, how you doing? Welcome in. Misery is not just a great movie, it's also a great book. I read the book before I watched the movie. I used to be very into Stephen King's early stuff, not so much with the later stuff, to be honest. And movies like Misery, Pet Sematary, Carrie. There's a lot of good early Stephen King books out there that have been translated into successful big screen movies. So I thought you were about to say she had a movie night and was watching the stream. No, my mum doesn't really do Twitch, to be honest. In fact, most people in my family don't do Twitch, if I'm honest. My nephew, who was also present at the watching of Misery, he comes in here sometimes. He's on Twitch, but yeah, mostly my family don't do it. I've never read a Stephen King book. The last one I read was Fairy Tale. And the only reason I read it was because people were waxing lyrical about it, saying, oh, you know, Stephen King is back on his back on form, and it's like a lot of his early material, and it's really good, and already sold the film rights to it, and blah, blah, blah. And I thought, you know what? I was very disappointed the past few years with a lot of what he released and what I read, that I thought maybe if this is his return to form, maybe I'll read it. So Mrs. Gamey bought it for me, the hardback, because it had only just been released. And I read it. It's better than stuff as of late that he's written. I still don't think it's completely back to form. I think it would absolutely make a great movie. But it is a very long book that gets a bit weird, if I'm honest. So yeah, I can't entirely get behind it and say you should absolutely watch it. Relurk, doing more bug fixing really bugs me how many bugs I've recently created. Yeah, it really bugs me, buddy, how many bugs I eat. I don't know how this ever got started, this thing. We went from bug eating to door licking. I mean, see, if only there was an animated wait, what? There is. Stephen King used to do an opinion article at the end of some magazine we used to get, maybe E, I'm not sure. I used to read that article. See, so you have read Stephen King. You can tell people now, Dr. Captain Sir. All right, well, I think on that very buggy note, we have the animated emotes, we have me eating a worm, and we have, in fact, Bardi squishing bugs. We can probably raid out. And I think if we're quick and we raid out to Berlin, we might be just in time before... Thank you, Dr. Captain, sir. We might be in time just before his interview. Let me have a quick look. Oh, no, he's already started it. Why? I had it on good authority, I thought. I had it on good authority. I thought he was starting in, like, 10 minutes, but I guess, yeah, thanks, Lodop. He already started it. Well, I did speak to him earlier on DMs, and I said, I'm probably going to raid you today, because he said, I'm doing an early stream today because of interview. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to raid you. And he's like, okay. And I said, wait, if you're already interviewing, is it good to raid into you? Because, you know, I don't like to interrupt. And obviously, you know, he doesn't go to the raiders screen and doesn't do the whole shebang if he's in the middle of an interview, understandably. So I preempted the situation and I said, hey, yeah, do you know, should I raid in? And he said, I love raids. So I said, okay, I will do the thing. I will raid in. And he said that would be fine and dandy. So we are going to raid in. I'm going to copy the thing from up here. And yeah, let's head on over to the stream ending scene and see where we end up. I mean, we know where we're going to end up. We're going to end up here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Big thank you, as always, to the mods. Irish John Games, who raided in earlier. Big thanks for the raid. Let me get this raid kicked off, Science Streams, and Dukesoft. And we've seen clips from all of them today. So what we're going to do now is raid on over to Science Streams. We're going to get the little countdown there. Yeah, we've got a nice bunch of folks on the raid train. And you know, if you stay on the raid train, you do in fact get extra channel points in this channel for when you come back, hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, because you got your raid messages there. All right, I'm going to try and do some more work on this game off stream. So hopefully I've got some more to show you tomorrow when I come back at 10 a.m. Central Time. As you can see there, I didn't stream yesterday, but I did stream today, and I am streaming tomorrow. Not sure about Friday's stream yet. Minigamey has another appointment. I'm going to see. Possibly, potentially, it might be a late stream, but either way, there'll be a pinned message in chat here on Friday to let you know. And also, I'll be posting on the Discord server. So I'll post in the Stream News channel, but I'll also post in the Twitch subs channel. So if you are on my server and you do have the streamers role and you are in the Twitch subs only channel, I'll be talking about it in there as well. So in the meantime, we're going to head on over to see Belint, and there's your raid messages. First one for subscribers, second one for non-subscribers. Thank you everybody for your generosity today, especially with your time, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Thanks everybody.